This is the first event of the RITHMS project, and RITHMS is a recently started project funded by the European Commission that aims to boost the operational capacity of police and border authorities in addressing the trafficking of cultural goods through research, technological innovation, training, and outreach. And it is because we believe that outreach is particularly important, outreach toward general public, but also outreach toward other experts, that we have set up this first meeting, which will be the first of a series of events and meetings dedicated to different aspects of this big problem related to organized crime for cultural heritage crime. It is a well-known fact that organized crime has developed into an international network, including very diverse actors, ranging from the simple grave robbers to powerful and wealthy white-collar professionals that adopt illegal practices like money laundering, fraud, and forgery. And this criminal system ultimately damages and disintegrates our cultural identity, and in some cases fosters political corruption, terrorism, or civil unrest through the translational and illicit trafficking of cultural property. So the conference today brings together a number of experts related to different areas of scholarship and practice in this field, all working in fighting trafficking of cultural heritage. Their expertise and the program that we have put together today reflect several aspects also of the RITHMS project, very different areas that will be taken care of within our project. During the morning, we will listen to a number of experts of law, security, and ethics, and we will hear from them how they are fighting or have been fighting in the past the trafficking of cultural goods. And we are very happy and honored to welcome representatives from the Italian Ministry of Culture, from the Italian Carabinieri, from the Council of Europe, and many experts from academia and research centers. So before introducing the guest of this morning, I would like to do a little bit of housekeeping. I would like to remind to you and our guests that are connected online that this is a hybrid event. So we are trying to manage the group of people that are physically present here and the colleagues that are connected online. At the end of the morning, we will have a Q&A session. Our guests connected online will be able to interact with us by writing their question or comments on our chat, or they will be able to ask for speaking directly to the audience connected online or here in the room. We will have a coffee break around 10:45 and then a lunch break at 12:30 up to 2 p.m. So in these times, there will be no connection for the guests online. So now I would like to, coming our guests, I would like to introduce the ones that will be with us during the morning, with introducing them and telling you something of what they are doing or have been doing in the past. Our first guest will be representative of the Italian Ministry of Culture. We will have connected with us Dottoressa Stefania Misaglia, who is the Director of the International Circulation Office at the Directorate General for Archaeology, Fine Arts and Landscape of the Italian Ministry of Culture. And she has worked for many years at the Legislative Office of the Ministry of Culture. Together with her, Dr. Lia Montereale, who is a legal and policy officer at the Ministry of Culture at the same Directorate General for Archaeology and Fine Arts. After them, we will have, here our guest, the General Molinese, who is the newly appointed commander of the Carabinieri for the protection of cultural heritage. Thank you for coming here in Venice. We will have then the judge Gulielmo Muntoni is currently retired, but he was the former president of the third penal section of the Tribunal of the Court of Rome, and he was appointed judge for the preliminary investigations of the Rome Court in 1996. He's very well known to anybody working in this field for his role because he conducted the penal process against Giacomo Medici that all of you, I guess, have heard about. We will have then other two two guests that are very dear to us, Daniela Rizzo and Maurizio Pellegrini. Daniela Rizzo, an archaeologist, a former officer of the Ministry of Culture, and Maurizio Pellegrini, a photo reporter and former officer also of the Ministry of Culture, that are specialized consultant for the different cases related to illicit trafficking of looted archaeological objects in Italy. Our fifth guest is Monica Redondo Alvarez, who belongs to the Council of Europe. She will be here telling us, she's a seconded expert in the Division of Culture and Heritage in the Council of Europe, where she manages, among other things, the Convention of Offences related to cultural property, also known as the Nicosia Convention. And she is, we are also very pleased because she is also a member of the RITHMS Project Advisory Board. Our sixth guest is Jose, I'm sorry for the probable mispronunciation, so Jose Brandariz, who is professor of law and criminology at the University of Coruña in Spain. He's a former member of the executive board of the European Society of Criminology and a former associate director of the European Journal of Criminology. Thank you also for coming and be here with us. And we will then have Fernando Miro Linares, who is the director of Crimina, a research center for crime prevention, and a full professor of criminal law and criminology, and is also a member of the RITHMS Ethics Board. So thank you for this double role of presenter today and for agreeing to be a member of our Ethics Board. We will have as final guest of the morning Alessandro Guarino, who is the founder and CEO of STAG, which is a cybersecurity firm here in Italy. After that, we will have some time together, and among the discussants that will be having a conversation with us and will be answering also our questions. There is Corrado Catesi, connected online, who is an expert in illicit trafficking in cultural goods, and he was the former head of Interpol Works of Art unit. So with this, I would like to leave the stage to our first guest, Stefania Misaglia and Emilia Montereale from the Italian Ministry of Culture. Thank you for coming, and thank you, well, for online at least, and thank you for joining us, and the stage is yours.
Good morning to you all, and thank you very much for inviting us to the conference. My name is Stefania Misaglia, and I am the Director of the International Circulation Office at Directorate General for Archaeology, Fine Arts and Landscape at the Italian Ministry of Culture. I would like to briefly show you the structure and the activities carried out by my office. The Directorate General for Archaeology, Fine Arts and Landscape, through its International Circulation Office, carries out the following activities. First, it controls and supervises the international circulation aimed at preserving the integrity of the Italian cultural heritage in all its components. Second, it coordinates the 16 export offices of the Ministry of Culture, specialized in ancient goods and fine arts, including contemporary art, spread throughout the Italian territory. Third, it promotes and collaborates in the restitution of illegally exported cultural goods. Fourth, it authorizes loans for exhibitions abroad and other cases of temporary exit from the national territory of cultural goods of artistic, historical, archaeological, and ethno-anthropological value. I will now give the floor to Lia Montereale, Legal and Policy Officer for the International Circulation Office, in charge of the coordination of the export offices and international relations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stefania, for giving me the floor, and thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this conference. I would like to briefly show you the Italian legislation on the international circulation of cultural goods in order to tackle the illicit trafficking and the illicit exports and imports. Let's start with the legislative decree number 42 of 2004 called Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape, Chapter 5, International Circulation, and specifically Article 64 bis, Control on Circulation. According to this article, the control on international circulation is aimed to preserve the completeness of cultural property in all its components, as identified by this code and by previous regulations. The control is performed also by taking into consideration the obligations established by the European Union, such as the Regulation 116 of 2009 for the export of cultural goods outside its customs territory, and the Directive number 60 of 2014 for the return of cultural goods illegally stolen from the territory of a member state. And again, more recent, the Regulation number 880 of 2019 on the introduction and import of cultural goods and its implementing act. This last regulation of 2019 defines the conditions for the introduction of cultural goods and the conditions and procedures for their import in order to safeguard the cultural heritage of humanity and prevent the illicit trade in cultural goods, with particular reference to the financing of terrorists through the illegal trade in cultural goods. The cultural goods to which the regulation applies are those created or discovered outside the custom territory of the European Union. All these European regulations, just mentioned, aim to fight the illicit trafficking of cultural goods. And being Italy a member state, we have to act in accordance to those regulations. The control on international regulation is performed also by taking into consideration the commitments made through the stipulation and ratification of international conventions, such as the Hague Convention of 1954 for the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict, the UNESCO Convention of 1970 concerning measures to be taken to prohibit and prevent the unlawful import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural heritage, and the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention on stolen or illegally exported cultural property. And now we are about to talk of Article 65 of the National Code, the Italian National Code, which regulates the definitive exit of cultural goods from the Italian territory. With regards to the definitive exit from the national territory of things of cultural interest, the provisions in force, Article 65, and in particular the Code in general, establishes the following. We have one first situation of absolute prohibition. It is forbidden the definitive exit of cultural goods which are considered as such either by law, without needing further acts, or because they are declared of cultural interest by the ministry. Then we have a second situation where we need a preventive control and or authorization. For cultural goods over 70 years old of no longer living odor and above the financial threshold, as you can see, of 13,500 euros, it will have to be requested the release of a certificate of free circulation. The application will have to be uploaded to the national platform called SUE platform and taken care of by the export offices of the Ministry of Culture. Then we have a third situation In this case, the exit is not subject to a formal authorization. We are talking about the things under the age of 70, and we are talking about the things that are of cultural interest, are the work of an author who is no longer alive, and whose execution dates back to over 70 years, whose value, financial value, is less than 13,500 euros. In these last two cases just mentioned, where we don't need a formal authorization, a declaration must be submitted to the export office. This declaration must be endorsed, stamped, and signed by the export office in order to allow the exit. Taking abroad cultural goods without a certificate of free circulation or without a statement which has been previously stamped and signed by the export office of the Ministry of Culture is a criminal offense, sanctioned by the Criminal Code. The Export Offices Committee evaluates the importance, rarity, and a whole series of characteristics of the cultural property presented for the export. The Export Office will evaluate its possible interest for the national cultural heritage. It will carry out all the due controls on its provenance, especially if it is an archaeological object. After all due controls, and in case the object has no cultural interest, the Export Office will release the certificate authorization for the export. It is called a free circulation certificate, or it will sign and stamp the statement received. On the contrary, in case the object has important interest for our national cultural heritage, the Export Office will deny the exit. In case of denial of the certificate of free circulation, the declaration of cultural interest procedure will start. The Export Office may also recommend the purchase of the cultural thing for which the certificate of free circulation has been requested, in order to increase the public state collections and promote the knowledge of art. The procedure just mentioned is established in Article 70 of the Italian Code.
And I would like now to call on the stage Giudice Muntoni. It's really a pleasure to have you here, so please come on stage.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Let me remember the most amazing trial of my long career as a judge. Well, on December 13th, 2004, after carefully reviewing countless pieces of documentary evidence, including witness statements, international rogatory letters, and technical consultations carried out on more than 2,000 seized artifacts, I imposed a sentence of conviction on Jacopo Medici. Due to the fact that the defendant was part of a criminal association that had been active for 30-40 years, the aforementioned sentence required a 600-page long motivation, detailing the way in which the defendant and his accomplices fenced and clandestinely exported a huge number of archaeological artifacts, more than 3,000 fences committed, often of a great artistic importance, such as Onesimo's and Efronio's vases. Artifacts they stole or illegally excavated in different parts of Italy. The sentence was confirmed in subsequent levels of appeal. None of this could have been achieved without the passionate work of the late Dr. Paolo Giorgio Ferri, the prosecutor who carried out the investigation for years with intelligence and occasionally stroke of luck, as was the case with the seizure that was carried out in the warehouse in Geneva, Freeport, which led to the acquisition of thousands of artifacts and useful documentation to reconstruct the trafficking. Among the impressive amount of evidence that Dr. Ferri collected, the reports drafted by the consultants Daniela Rizzo and Maurizio Pellegrini were especially crucial, as it was instrumental in matching the seized documents and photographs with the works exhibited in museums or otherwise published. The criminal organization's operation lasted for about 40 years, and they were carried out through systematic clandestine excavations in Etruria and south of Italy. That became especially profitable after 1971, following the sale of the famous Euphronius crater excavated in Cerveteri and purchased by the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York for an extremely high price for the time. Not for now. It was $1 million. A nefarious effect of clandestine excavations is to decontextualize the finds by making it impossible to ascertain the exact historical and geographical context of those finds, with irreparable damage to the world's cultural heritage. It was thus disheartening to learn about the conscious involvement of major museums, auction houses of primary international level, art galleries, and archaeologists in such trafficking during all those years. Thousands upon thousands of photographs, Polaroids, negatives, and prints, which were stored and archived by Medici in his warehouses in Geneva, were used to identify countless works that had been acquired through illegal means. Thanks to the annotations made by Medici himself and the professionality, cultural preparation, and personal knowledge of consultants, Rizzo and Pellegrini, it was possible to match the seized photographic material to works exhibited in many museums around the world. In certain cases, the lack of reliable digital archives made it impossible to perform valid and quick comparisons, preventing some items that were most certainly the result of clandestine excavations and illicit deals by Medici to be identified with the due certainty and thus to be acquired to the state's cultural heritage. All items that the United States museums such as Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, John Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles, Museum of Fine Art in Boston, Princeton University Art Museum acquired following clandestine excavation and illicit exports have been given back to the Italian state. They have been displayed in a major exhibition called Nostoi, organized at the Quirinal Palace in December 2007, with the collaboration of the new directors of the 4 museums involved. The determination of the former Ministry of Culture, Francesco Rutelli, played a fundamental part in ensuring the restitution of the greatest part of the masterpiece and certainly of the most relevant ones. On the one hand, his rightful refusal of any compromise and insistence demanding that all pieces had to be given back was of paramount importance to ensure that all those splendid works, which are now on display in Italian museums, were actually given back. Sorry. On the other hand, his efforts to lead the establishment of serious and fruitful cultural collaborations with all museums involved and not involved, giving rise to a new season of important exchange that is still bearing fruit. It's worth underlining that this way by no means a nationalist operation, but on the contrary, it was the initiative that restored the universal fruition of the recovered artifacts, not least because of the growth of international exchange it helped usher in. Just to name an example of this enlightened cultural vision and the collaborative environment it incentives, Nick Carlsberg Glyptotek recently returned the Etruscan chariot of the Prince of Veneto, one of the first important foreign cessions made by Giacomo Medici and Robert Hecht. See Hecht Memorial seized in Paris also. Museum institutions nowadays are fully aware that the illegal acquisition of art is an acceptable practice, which has resulted in a major downsizing of the international market for archaeological works clandestinely excavated in Italy. It seems that this has in turn led to a great reduction of clandestine excavation in Italy, since the easy and lavish profits derived from them have disappeared. I must, however, point out a worrying trend. Suddenly, in the past year or so, archaeological works of manifest Italian provenance, Etruscan finds, Ignazia, Apulian, Canosa ceramics, Daunian ceramics, and of ever-increasing artistic and economic value, are again being offered in many online auctions, and thus not only in the somewhat exclusive art gallery circuits. Normally, the sellers come normally from Spain, Belgium, and England. And they are always the same. It bears remembering that Medici and his accomplices initially used major international auction houses to sell clandestinely excavated or stolen works of art, often repurchasing the same goods to simulate a legitimate transfer or origin, and at the same time fixing a floor price for future sales to unscrupulous collectors. Before moving on to examine the problems I faced during the trial, allow me a few general remarks. First of all, it should first be noted that in Italy, criminal trials, like the civil trials, can be very, very slow, due to the huge number of proceedings that arise each year, more than in every other country in the world. The numerous vacant posts for the office of judge, the absolutely inadequate clerk's office staff, the still poor digitization of the records, and current rules of the trial. This explains why Italian judges who issue more sentences per year than most of their European peers are at the same time the ones who accumulate the most backlog. Medici's trial came to a quick conclusion because the two defendants, Medici, convicted, and Jacques, acquitted for not having committed the crime, asked for an abbreviated trial. That is, they agreed to waive the subsequent trial phase in exchange for a one-third discount on the conviction to which they could be sentenced. This type of judgment is usually chosen by the defendants when the evidence against them is clear. In this case, defendants count on the difficulty of reading and organizing the evidences, intricate, as I said before, and not clearly explained, and there were thousands and thousands. Even so, as agreed upon between all trials parties, the framework of evidence was expanded to include numerous witness depositions, documentary acquisitions, and an international letters rogatory in the United States. The abbreviated trial ended in 1 year. The ordinary trial of the other defendants, for comparison, ended with the extinctions of the offense due to the passing of time set forth in the Italian statute of limitations, caused by the court's workload and the subsequent very long trial time, several years. In conclusion, to hold such trials and conclude them in acceptable time frame, it's necessary to swiftly proceed with the digitalization of all trial documents from the preliminary hearing onwards, which would also make evidence more clearly accessible, to appoint new judges to fill the vacant spots, that adequate, as that is both in terms of professional skills and staffing numbers, chancery personnel is available to the judges during all phases of the trial so as to minimize trial times. To provide a better organization of trial hearings, it has, in scheduling hearings, prioritize those pertaining to more complex trials. Personally, the greatest difficulties I encountered whilst conducting the trial were determined by the need to examine thousands of documents, almost all of which were on paper and not in digital format. The impossibility to obtain digital archives of the works exhibited in the museums involved, or which were part in private collections published or offered for sale by the auction houses involved. In order to quickly and effectively determine the origin of an artifact that is offered on the market under suspicious circumstances, It would be necessary to have a large international computer archive containing images and documentation, origin, date of purchase of artifacts exhibited in museums or kept in warehouses of museums. Images of artifacts that are part of published private collections. Images of and documents concerning the artifacts, or at least of the most significant ones, offered for sale by auction houses, even online sale, containing the indication of the seller and if possible, of the buyer. Such a database with an image recognition system like ArcoControl and the other system described by Carabinieri would make it easy in Italy as well as in other countries where looting of archaeological material takes place to quickly reconstruct the transfer the artifacts went through, especially when faced with documentation such as the seized from Medici, carry out the appropriate investigation on the habitual sellers of works of suspicious origin, and to identify works stolen from museums or private collections. Evidentiary and documentary evidence would also make trials quicker and prompt more Italian defendants to choose the speedy abbreviated trial. Thank you, and forgive me for my English.
Good morning. I want to thank the organization, Arianna Traviglia, Michela De Beranrdin, and Riccardo Giovanelli for the project and to let us to speak here for you. I speak a little bit, and afterwards there is a little video I want to show you. Since the early 1990s, in the Anglo-Saxon world, forensic archaeology has been considered a necessary investigative discipline, so much so that it is included in the official protocols of judicial investigation and applied, above all, in the forensic field. In a nutshell, forensic archaeology applies archaeological principles and methodologies for the identification and recovery of evidence within the criminal or the civil judicial system. In Italy, the figure of forensic archaeologist was practically absent from the judicial scene until 1995. In this year, the investigation conducted by the deputy prosecutor Paolo Giorgio Ferri, with the support of the Generale of Carabinieri Roberto Conforti, radically changed the role of the archaeologist who works alongside the judicial authorities in the fight against the illicit trafficking of archaeological material. The work we have done over more than 20 years as consultants and experts alongside Ferri, Conforti, and Judge Muntoni was undoubtedly important. Hard but a great personal satisfaction for the results that we are still being obtained, thanks to the collaboration that we still continue with the American investigative authorities. Today, however, we would like to focus attention on one of the certainly lesser known aspects of the forensic archaeologist activity: testimony in a court of law. The testimony represents the final part of the activities that archaeologists carry out in the context of a criminal proceeding, the moment in which it is necessary to sum up and explain the conclusion reached through the investigation carried out. Certainly, attending the courtroom is not among the most interesting tasks that the archaeologist has to face, especially in the court of small towns, where clandestine excavation is still considered minor offenses. Endless wait and continual post-mortem explain in a concise but clear and punctual way a subject such as archaeology that is not easy for the judge who has a completely different background. And last but not the least, neutralize the attacks of defense lawyers who work on behalf of their client. Fortunately, this is not always the case. Sometimes the trials for crimes against the archaeological heritage can actually constitute the most important moment of great teamwork carried out for the achievement of a positive final result, which does not always lead to the conviction of accused. We briefly mentioned the other well-known criminal case, this against Gianfranco Becchina. The investigation began in the 2001 with a raid in this gallery in Basel, and he had the warehouses both full of archaeological finds, as well as the seizure of the Hajj archive. We initially had only it in a digital format, and we worked tirelessly on this until the object sized and the archive arrived in Italy in 2009. For this procedure, two separated consultancies were carried out, 4 PM Ferri and one expertise for Judge Muntoni, in which we finally worked on the materials and the original documents of the archive. With great pride, we must say that also thanks to the complex expertise for which we appointed the university professor Maria Antonietta Rizzo and Ezzo Lippolis, the former superintendent of Rome, Angelo Bottini, and Daniela Rizzo, and after the testimony of the experts, the judge decided to indict Becchina. The subsequent sentence that was issued, while acquitting the accused due to the statute of limitation, decided that the confiscation of the approximately 8,000 objects initially sized, as well as all the documentation contained in the Swiss archive. The example that we are about to present by a short video shows a very small part of the immense work carried out. In June 2000, in fact, the materials of the Medici Caesar arrived from Switzerland, and with them also the entire archive that Medici himself had kept for years. A very important heritage for which everyone based the subsequent investigation carried out in Italy, in Europe, in the States, and in Japan, and even in Australia, allowing us archaeologists, consultants to the public, prosecutor Ferri, to continually increase the understanding of the international illicit market. From the carats who were its main actors, to the way in which they were passing the archaeological finds, higher up the trafficking chain, ways that were becoming more sophisticated, in which they were able to get the items to the biggest museum or to the biggest collector, highly covered destination in the environment of the amounts to each of them was willing to pay. The trial against the True and Act in Rome took place in 43 hearings and closed after 5 years, unfortunately with the acquittal of the 2 accused, by precision, but confirming, however, the accusatory system, even mentioning in the sentence the consultant.
Grazie Arianna, buongiorno a tutti. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the organizers for having invited the Council of Europe to be present here today and for focusing on the issue of trafficking and protecting cultural heritage, which lies in the heart of the Convention on Offences relating to cultural property of the Council of Europe, also known as the Nicosia Convention. The protection of cultural property has been a key element of the work carried out by the Council of Europe, as you can see in this slide, with the main instruments that Council of Europe has adopted in this regard. In particular, this convention, the Nicosia Convention, was born because cultural property crimes are a danger, of course, to the, as we all know, to the preservation, legacy, and sustainability of human culture, of concern to a large number of countries worldwide. Some estimates suggest, and we have seen an example here, that all over the world, and even in Europe, a majority of archaeological sites has been looted, thus damaged and destroyed, to supply items to the large market that exists for art and artifacts. Therefore, the whole chain of offenses and illicit trade clearly impacts cultural heritage and sustainable resources for the citizenships. To stop this transnational crime that does not respect boundaries and protect cultural property, it was considered necessary to criminalize those activities and to strengthen international cooperation. This innovative treaty, the Nicosia Convention, calls for multilateral collaboration across nations, disciplines, and sectors, triggering cooperation with and between international bodies. The Nicosia Convention was drafted under the leadership of the Council of Europe Steering Committee in Crime Problems and in close cooperation with other international intergovernmental organizations and NGOs like Europol, Interpol, World Customs Organizations, OSCE, UNDOC, UNIDROIT, European Union, the International Federation of Art and Antique Dealer Associations, SINOA, with the aim to identify the general needs not covered or covered insignificantly by other institutions and to avoid any possible overlapping and or duplication of work. As a result, it was adopted in 2017 in Nicosia, Cyprus, in the framework of the Council of Europe Action to Fight Terrorism and Transnational Organized Crime. The convention became the only international legal instrument specifically dealing with offenses on cultural goods from the criminal law perspective. As such, it closed the existing loopholes and strengthened a more effective cross-border cooperation in investigating, prosecuting, and sentencing persons suspected of the offenses listed in the convention. Until now, the Nicosia Convention has been ratified by 6 states in the slide and signed by 7 more, and it has entered into force this year, 2022, 1st April. Its aims or purposes are the so-called 3 Ps: prosecute certain acts, prevent crime and strengthen the criminal justice response, and promote national and international cooperation in combating criminal offenses relating to cultural property. But the main question here, why a criminal convention in the cultural sector? Cultural heritage constitutes an unique and important testimony of the history and identity of different peoples, thus making it a common asset that should be preserved in all circumstances. For these reasons, the criminal protection of cultural property is part of a general trend of incorporating the protection of supra-individual and collective interests into law-based systems in order to benefit the society as a whole. Secondly, there is a complex web of causes underlying the destruction, damage, looting, and illicit trading of cultural property. Among them are structural reasons, including the opening of borders and the blossoming of a florid international art market, but also the multiplication of armed conflicts, regulatory reasons, issues related to the art market, technological advancements have enabled a new online marketplace, including the social media and the deep web, dark web, and facilitated illegal excavation at an ever increased pace. Even if as a result, in a globalized world, crimes relating to cultural heritage have multiplied, involving a growing variety of actors and criminal actions, while society has a lack of knowledge and awareness of the criminal nature of these crimes. Crimes are linked to other criminal activities, even if it is not possible to provide a reliable estimate of the true dimension of the illicit trade because it is fueled by clandestine activities that by nature are secretive. And at this point, I think that the RITHMS project can be very helpful. One of the consequences of it is that it provides an income that can be used to support the infrastructures and strengthen the operational capability of criminal networks. As a consequence, the black market trade in antiquities, art, and artifacts can end up funding corruption, terrorism, violence, and other crimes, and involves illicit actions such as tax offenses, money laundering, and falsification of documents, among others. So there is, and there was at the time, a need for action because the legal instruments available to authorities were or are falling short of what is needed to address the complexity of the criminal environment. Consequently, cultural property is left defenseless in the face of those who might want to take advantage of the current legal situation. International organizations, the state entities, law enforcement agents, and civil society must be able to take based on instruments appropriate to the current situation, the necessary action to prevent and suppress the destruction of damage to cultural property and the continued marketing of illegally sourced assets. Following this introduction, I will comment on some specific aspects of the Nicosia Convention with the aim of underlying its strengths. First of all, first question, what type of cultural property is protected under the Nicosia Convention? Nicosia Convention protects both movable and unmovable, not only objects. And for defining cultural property, has used the categories already prescribed in the pre-existing instruments. This ensured the high compatibility of the convention with other legally binding standards, be they international or supranational, and further broadened the scope of the convention to help protect the cultural heritage of states. What crimes can be combated under the Nicosia Convention? The convention focuses in three criminal acts: damage, destruction, and illicit trafficking, and also the various other related offenses. In this regard, the convention takes into account that crimes against cultural property go beyond the illicit trafficking and occur in a series of closely interrelated stages. For example, destruction and theft, including looting and illicit excavation, can be considered primary crimes, let's say, committed before objects reach the market, if at all. Many objects obtained through this means may remain in the national territory for years before entering the international market, or they may never reach it, being traded within the borders of their country or provenance, or discarded as not valuable. Damage, and we have very recent news, sadly, to property occurs for various reasons, including ideology, political driving, vandalism, or anger. And in addition, it occurs collaterally when another crime is committed as consequence of physical actions and manipulation on cultural property. We have pieces that has been broken before arriving to a restorer and then go to a museum, for example. And then as a second step, illicit trafficking occurs when goods become part of the so-called art market because of the economic benefits to be gained from them. Fortunately, illicit trafficking has been addressed, long been addressed by UNESCO, UNIDROIT, the European Union, etc., and other organizations. How is cultural property protected by the convention? Taking this criminological environment into account, the convention introduces standards and legislative measures which addresses the most frequent and serious offenses that may bring about the destruction deterioration or loss of cultural property, as you can see in the screen. So we have not only illegal import and export, but acquisition, placing of the market, falsification of documents, and lawful excavation and others. And they are only punishable when committed intentionally. The convention also hold legal persons responsible by providing for the liability of these legal persons seeking to address the growing involvement of organized crimes groups in all forms of damage of offenses. In addition, the convention incorporates aggravating circumstances when the offense is committed, for example, for a person abusing the trust, the professional trust by a public official or convicted persons, for example. There are also all other provisions on jurisdiction, sentences, etc., but I must be brief, so I will like to highlight that also, and together with the criminalization of the offences, it is very important to prevent, not only criminalize. They are both the same faces of the two faces of the same coin, and a holistic approach and a strong cooperation together with awareness raising, education, and communication campaigns are necessary to combat crimes against cultural heritage, reduce damage, and prevent criminal behavior. So the convention recommends state parties to address measures to for preventive purposes in order to reduce the likelihood of offenses, since the use of criminal sanctions in line with the principle of ultima ratio is understood as a means of last resort. So I have listed here some of them. For instance, the Nicosia Convention encourages internet providers, platforms, and all actors involved in online sales to take proactive measures which could be undertaken by posting disclaimers, advising prospective buyers to check and request verification of the illicit provenance of the objects, or establishing self-regulation policies, or encouraging free ports authorities to establish and implement internal norms. So, arrived to this point, what is the added value of the Nicosia Convention? The convention, as I have explained, it goes beyond the problem of trafficking and acts on primary crimes such as loss, destruction, or deterioration, applying to the whole criminal chain and to all sorts of sale venues, from shops, free shops, free ports, or auction houses, to the online marketplace, including social media and the dark web. The convention harmonized the legislation, or is an instrument for that. The development of effective national regulatory systems requires the adoption of international instruments capable of harmonizing the legislation, as well as establishing and applying effective, proportionate, and dissuasive criminal penalties. This is the first treaty to do so. It is a good instrument to adequate communication, training, and exchange of practices among professionals through the national contact points, for example, providing a clear framework for international communication in the field of criminal activity, fighting criminal activity. And of course, is promoting the international cooperation in criminal matters. Signing and ratifying the convention allows countries to participate in a global coalition that employs cross-sector cooperation between the governmental institutions, judiciary, as well as the cultural and law enforcement bodies that deal with offenses related with cultural heritage. The very, very important point, this convention is open to any country in the world. No single country alone can counter the offenses against cultural heritage, because these are transnational crimes, as we all know, that do not respect borders. As the convention was consciously drafted to operate in harmony with and build upon universal instruments, it is intended to further facilitate cooperation between states willing and able to take concerted action to preserve precious art or antiquities. Despite the convention having been drafted in Europe, it is not intended for Europe only. It is also open to any non-member state of the Council of Europe, and nowadays we have Mexico on board. So, well, I have offered a rapid overview of some key elements of the Nicosia Convention. We all understand how interdependent these elements are, whether they concern the measures to be adopted within the national legal orders or the international level. The Nicosia Convention provides an extraordinary opportunity to all the states in the world to consolidate national and international efforts in preventing and countering offenses relating cultural property. So it is of utmost importance to concentrate all of our efforts to support the unique system provided by the Nicosia Convention, and we are going to work hard to do so. And as this is the only way to ensure that this convention becomes a success, and for do that and succeed in this endeavor, we need to work together. So thank you, and let's find ourselves in this path against criminality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to listen how many important things the Council of Europe is doing for countering trafficking of cultural heritage, and there will be a lot to talk about later. But now I would like to introduce Jose Brandariz Garcia, that is here with us, is our next guest.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Folks who are here, folks who are online. I'm going to switch to Italian just for a second to ringraziare Arianna, Michela, Riccardo Giovanelli e tutti I colleghi del IIT per averci invitato a far parte di questo progetto e averci invitato a far parte di questo panel session. Okay, so what I was asked to do is essentially to provide a criminological overview about this criminal phenomena in just 15 minutes. And to do that without repeating many things that have been, insightfully presented by other presenters. Evidently, this is unfeasible. So there is the reason why I have decided to essentially focus my attention and your attention in 3 snapshots. Okay, so first snapshot, I have called it language games, and more precisely, synecdoche. Why synecdoche? Well, essentially for this. When we are talking about what we may call illicit trade in cultural goods, we're talking about a wide diversity of things. And actually, a word cloud like this one is maybe the best way to represent this diversity. And this is a point that has been also emphasized by Monica some minutes ago, in the sense that we are talking about trafficking, but we're talking as well about forgery, we are talking about theft, we're talking about looting, destruction, vandalism, and we're talking about all these activities with regard to a wide variety of cultural items and to a wide variety of sites that are targeted by this criminal phenomena. Okay, this is something that we need to bear in mind, that when we are talking about trafficking, we're essentially using a synecdoche because this is wide more variegated. Okay, second idea, what I call intercultural debates, which is when we consider the literature about this, and we consider institutional literature, what we call gray literature, and academic literature, the thing is the tones, perspectives, and viewpoints that are being used are the same? No, they are not. And this is something that is very important from a criminological perspective. That is, when we are talking from an institutional perspective, the tone that we are using and the emphasis that we are using is essentially focused on the idea of organized crime. So that means there are at least 2 perspectives that are being brought to the fore. First one, the idea of parallel trafficking. We're considering criminal phenomena in which various types of trafficking activities are being carried out. Meaning that we're talking about criminal networks that may be involved in trafficking in this case, cultural property, but also in other types of trafficking. Okay, so this is the first idea that is being essentially promoted and developed, elaborated by the institutional literature. The second idea, you got it at the bottom of this slide, is the idea of exchange trafficking. The idea that we are dealing with criminal networks that sometimes are engaging with other criminal networks, but essentially exchanging illicit goods. I mean, I'm trafficking in wildlife, and in exchange, you are giving me, for instance, cultural property, illicit cultural property. So essentially, these are the two emphases that we may find when we are dealing with the gray literature with institutional perspectives. When we move to the academic literature, the perspective that it is being particularly stressed is quite different. That is the perspective of white-collar crime. And you may say, okay, but this is maybe something very similar. Yeah, okay, at the end of the day, there is a relation, definitely, between considering this as organized crime, as an organized crime phenomenon, and considering this as essentially a white-collar crime phenomenon. But nonetheless, in terms of tones, there are differences. If we consider this essentially as a white-collar crime phenomenon, we're bringing to the fore 3 or 4 ideas which are particularly important to try to understand what we're talking about and to trying to design the best prevention measures that we can implement and enforce. Okay, so if we consider it from this white-collar crime perspective, first, this is a market. Yeah, this is absolutely banal, right? It is a market, we know that. But nonetheless, there are many crimes and many criminal phenomena that do not operate as a market. So this is a point that needs to be made. And it is a market that has a global nature, meaning that it is fueled, crucially fueled, by imbalances in capital and power, meaning by political and economic imbalances between source countries and high-end collectors, high-end buyers, high-end marketplaces, right? Okay, second idea that we may consider if we think about this as a white-collar crime phenomenon, the idea that we got an ecosystem that nurtures this phenomenon by essentially, and you got it there, by using certain cultural habits, cultural uses, ways of organizing this marketplace that enable, contribute, and ultimately facilitate this criminal phenomenon. For instance, confidentiality uses. For instance, the role played by trust in fueling this market. For instance, the way that we deal with provenance issues and the way in which we manufacture or fabricate provenance issues. Third idea, this is a market, but it is markedly different from other trafficking activities that operate in the framework of a market. Why is that the case? Well, pretty obvious, because this is not drug trafficking, right? Drug trafficking is 100% illegal. That is not the case here. And that means that we need to bear in mind that these criminal phenomena draw on the fact that they may leverage many circuits, many routines, many even logistical assets and resources that essentially fuel the legal market. So, you know, the ways in which the illicit part of the market is parasitical to the licit or lawful part of the market is absolutely pivotal to understand what we are talking about. And the last point, and then closing the second snapshot, the last point has to do with cultures being consolidated and cemented inside the market. I mean, the idea that we are dealing with a market that is largely legal provides, among other things, what we criminologists call neutralization or neutralizing rhetorics and discourses. That means a number of ideas that are widespread across the market that contribute to consolidate this type of criminal phenomena. Something like, okay, what I'm doing here is essentially preventing these cultural artifacts from led to ruin. What I'm doing here is essentially protecting these cultural artifacts because, for instance, source countries do not have the resources and do not have the political will to protect them. So, second idea, intercultural debates. When we're talking about this, academic actors and institutional actors are using different languages, and they are not saying essentially the same, or at least they're using different tones. And moving to the third snapshot, I was planning to say something about the legal and policy resources that we have, but they have been presented insightfully by Monica and previous presenters, so I'm skipping this part. I'm going to the last point, which is the point about where we are now. The last point about success and failure. Okay, let me show you some quantitative data. This data have been taken from, I guess that many of you may be familiar with this, from the annual Interpol reports that are publicly released by Interpol on an annual basis. Okay, if we consult these reports, the first thing that is definitely, I will say, intriguing, if not extremely concerning, is that we are talking about something that is serious. Okay, again, a banal statement. We all know that this is serious. But in terms of scale and scope, there are many documents that are saying we don't have reliable estimation on the scale and scope of this criminal phenomena. Well, we don't have them. We got Interpol reports. And even though these reports are actually an underestimation, we can see perfectly well that we're talking about something that is serious. This is 2020. This is the total amount of stolen goods that have been detected continent-wide. We're talking only about Europe. If we move to the data regarding excavation sites, illegal excavation sites, more than 300 just in 2020. Okay, serious stuff. Again, with regard to vandalism, destruction, and attacks against cultural property, again, more than 1,500 just in 2020. Again, very relevant criminal phenomena. When we are talking about seized traffic objects or seized counterfeit objects, again. So I'm moving to beyond, presenting this, that is pretty obvious that we all know that this is serious and that the scale and scope of this criminal phenomena are extremely relevant. I want to move to a part that is definitely much more intriguing, at least from an academic perspective, and I will say much more concerning. That is, okay, so these are the data regarding the offenses that have been detected by Interpol back in 2020, well, back from 2017 to 2020, and the number of folks who have been arrested for these crimes. Okay, I guess that many of you who may not be used to be dealing with this kind of quantitative data may be wondering, okay, yeah, definitely, there is a huge mismatch here, but how can I frame this? Okay, so I'm going to, and this is, I know that this is a provocation and this is an extreme case, but if you compare this with cases in which we are doing well, we're doing well at the European level, for instance, the case of terrorism, we have something like 20 to 30 terrorism offenses in Europe on an annual basis, and we have something like 1,000 folks arrested. Okay, so completely the opposite. So if we think that there is a mismatch here, we're right, totally right. There is a mismatch here. If we consider it compared with other organized crime and white-collar crime phenomena. So this is concerning. And why is it concerning? Because criminologists know perfectly well that the vast majority of European countries are underperforming in terms of fighting against human trafficking. We know this absolutely well. And we know as well, even though this is more debatable, that the vast majority of European countries are underperforming in terms of fighting against smuggling crimes in Europe. So this is concerning. If we say this, and we complement this with this part that is essentially focusing on forgery crimes, we may think that there is something that it is not working well. And I'm closing here. Right. If we go to the real literature, to institutional reports, we can find passages like this one. For instance, from Interpol, the extent, economic, and cultural consequences of the loss of cultural heritage are not yet recognized or understood by every country in the same way. Okay, pretty obvious, but nonetheless, extremely concerning. Let's move to the European Commission. I want to just read the first passage. Fighting illicit trade in cultural goods is a low political priority in most European countries, with a few notable exceptions, like Cyprus and Italy. And let me underline this in capital letters, Italy. Because, and this is something that is mine, I have just done for, I was wondering, essentially, okay, is this a real problem or not? And I began to conduct this exploration. This is an exploration in the making, but I'm presenting you data which are almost 100%, not 100%, reliable. Okay, what we can see here essentially this. I have only included data that are, let me repeat this, almost 100% reliable. I consulted other national court databases which are not reliable, and I decided not to include them here. I consulted Italian data before 2013, not 100% reliable. I decided not to include that here. But we can see here at least two things. First, when you see no data, ND doesn't mean no data. It means actually very few, if any. Why is that the case? Because I have included only national databases that are extremely elaborated, and they are not counting these crimes, because these crimes are at the bottom of 100 or 200 categories saying other crimes. A small handful of them. Okay, so these are reliable data. Germany is amazing in terms of providing core data, as it is the case with the UK. Germany is even better. So you can see here in the German case, there is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 conviction, 1 conviction. In the case of the UK, it's even worse, because we're talking about, in the case of the UK, national criminal justice system that hand down 1 million conviction per year. We're not talking about Spain or Italy that hand down 200,000 convictions per year. We're talking about fully fledged, wide-ranging national criminal justice system apparatus that are not managing to actually successfully prosecute these crimes. Good news, Spain is doing relatively well, okay? And Italy actually is an exception. Italy is an exception in many regards in the field of fighting smuggling crimes and trafficking crimes. There is a need to further explore why is that the case, but it is the case. Meaning that this may sound as an ominous note to close my intervention, and it is not. It is an optimist note, because Italy is doing things relatively well. And because this essentially means for me that there is room for improvement, and there is much to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we will start now the afternoon session. The first afternoon session dedicated to novel technologies to detect and counter looting and illicit trafficking. And then we will have after the coffee break, the art market session dedicated to looting, social networks, and finance. I'm just giving you an overview of our guests of this afternoon. So first we are having Dr. Roberta Onori from Sachin. She is an imagery analyst at Sachin and deputy team leader of the Copernicus Support External Action Team in the Operation Unit. Then we will have Dr. Nicola Masini, Research Director of Italian Research National Council and Deputy Director of the Italian Institute for Cultural Heritage Sciences. Then we will be joined by Dr. Deodato Tapete, a researcher in Earth observation and data analytics of the Italian Space Agency. He is working on satellite remote sensing technologies for cultural heritage applications. Then we will have Dr. Jacopo Costa, who will be joining us remotely from the Basel Institute of Governance. He is a senior research fellow there. He holds a PhD in sociology and political studies from the University of Turin. His research has been focused on a variety of topics, including corruption in the public works with the social network analysis approach. And then we will have Riccardo Giovanelli, our PhD candidate of Ca' Foscari University and co-founder of the association Art Crime Project. Then for the second afternoon session, we will have Dr. Anna Vico Belmonte, numismatist and doctor in history and in finance. She is a professor of art market at the University Rey Juan Carlos in Madrid and director of the Master Management of the Art Market, Authentication and Fakes Detection of Artistic Goods. Then we will have Dr. Ahmed Kso, archaeologist of the Middle East, is the director of the Prevention of Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property Project at the American Center of Research in Jordan. Then we will have Dr. Sam Hardy. He is head of illicit trade research at the Heritage Management Organization. He served as a consultant for Global Witness, UNESCO, and the UNESCO office in Amman at the International Council of Museums. And then, last but not least, we will have Dr. Tess Davies, lawyer and archaeologist by training. She is the executive director of the no-profit Antiquities Coalition. She oversees the organization's work to fight cultural racketeering and also manages the day-to-day operations of the Institute's staff in Washington, D.C., as well as programs overseas. These will be our guests this afternoon. So I just leave the floor to Roberta.
Good evening. Thank you for the introduction and presentation to give us the opportunity to contribute to this interesting conference. The objective of this presentation is to present you the contribution that the satellite imagery can give to the fight against the archaeological crime. I will go with a very practical example in order to represent what is possible to see now from satellite imagery, from the space assets. But before, I would like to introduce or spend a few words about the European Union Satellite Center, that is the place where I'm working. I don't know if all of you know this center. The European Union Satellite Center is an agency of the European Council, and the goal is to support the decision-making and action of the European Union in the field of community and common secure and defense policies. The core mission is to provide security from space through geospatial intelligence based from satellite data mainly, but also integrating from other collateral data that can be open source data or other source of information. The center is located in Madrid, in Spain. We are 150 people working there, coming from 18 nationalities from a European member state. As a European agency, we are cooperating in space, security and defense with several entities and institutions. Here I want only to spend a few words about Copernicus among all the institutions, because I will show you some operative products that the center has produced, developed in the framework of Copernicus program. For the people that don't know, this program is a big program of the European Commission that is including several application domains. Today we are speaking about the security service, the Copernicus security service. There are several others like emergency, land, maritime, climate change. But SATCERN has been entrusted by the European Commission to coordinate one of the three elements of the Copernicus security service, and in particular the support to European external action. In this specific service is addressed to support European Union and the member state in improve the situational awareness in the defense and security domains. For the center is a very relevant part of the activity because the service is totally integrated in the core business of the center. You can see here the application domain in which the Copernicus SEA support external action is working. What you are seeing as a current service are the same of the center. So the center and the Copernicus support external action service are working in support to humanitarian aid, rule of law, but through the Copernicus service, the center can also work in some evolution of the domain, and we are working in particular in some new applications like climate security, environmental compliance, and of course, the topics of the day, that is the cultural heritage. So from now on, I will focus only on this domain. Of course, if you will have some interest in discover more the center, you can contact us. But we can start now with the heart of the presentation. What is possible to see from satellite? You can imagine that from satellite, there are some things that can be observed, some other that cannot be observed. All the things that are in the ground or are covered cannot be seen from a satellite image. The scope, the role, the work, and the study of the analyst is to identify not always the fact, the action, but also the indicators of some activity that is happening in some place. In this context, the main indicators we can provide, we can detect from an optical satellite image are summarized in this slide. So we can identify indicator of looting activity, and according to the convention of Nicosia that we have, that was a presentation this morning, we can of course identify damages. And in the damages, we can also identify different type of damages, like construction activity in an archaeological site, earth movement that are happening in an archaeological site that are damaging the cultural heritage, the destruction, of course, I have to say that it's quite easy to identify this part, and also all the military activity that you can imagine in some place of our world have a quite relevant impact in archaeological site. In the next slide, I go to the example that I have promised you. So you can see what we can see and the result, maybe more the results, because to reach these results, there is a bit of work to do. To show these results, I would like to use some real product we have provided to our user, and I have the pleasure to start with some product that has been required from the Italian Institute of Technology. So I thank you for this, because it was one of our first activity in this sector. It was, I can say, I don't know, quite a successful activity. This was in reality a pilot project. The activity was a multi-temporal change detection activity that covered the period 2002-2021. This is because it's possible, today are existing the archive of imagery. So we can go in the past and we can select some imagery to analyze what was happening in the past. So we have analyzed 38 imagery in two areas of interest. One was Cerveteri, the other one was Arpinova, that is in the south of Italy. The specific work was focalized on looting activity. So the first indicator that I have presented before. I will show you a part of the results. You can see here what we have detected. So we have detected indicator of looting activity. This is Cerveteri. For the people that don't know, it's a very nice place close to Rome. And this is also a place that we can visit. If you can go here, we can visit this place. It's very nice, but it's a big area. And so outside the controlled side, there are some I say, cultural heritage that have to be protected in some way, even if it's not open to the public. In the time frame that we have analyzed, we have identified several indicators of possible looting. And we have, you can see here, there is like the legend, the dot with the different colors is the different type of sign that is quite easy to identify because it's a circular shape with a dot in the center. You can see the picture, how is in the ground, and how you can see this from satellite imagery. Similar activity for the second area that was quite different because in this case there was a big area in which only two small parts are can be visited. All the other part is left to the activity like agricultural activity, but outside in the ground there are some archaeological assets. And also in this case it was possible to identify several indicators of looting activity in the same period, 2002 to 2020. At the end of the presentation I will show how we present the results, because of course we can report when we have identified these and also the hotspot, something like this, but I don't want to anticipate. Now I want only to show you how we can see these indicators of activity. Show you the other indicators of military activity, construction, destruction, earth movement. I will use another work we are doing. This work is still ongoing because it's a quite big activity. There are six areas of interest in Syria in this case. Also in this case it's a multi-temporal analysis, so we have to analyze a time frame from 2004 to more or less today to 2022. 6 areas of interest, more or less we are trying to select one imagery for year. Usually we try to select the imagery in the same period of the year to be able to understand also in terms, because the satellite imagery is not a picture. I mean, we see a picture, but there are a lot of information inside. So sometimes the angle or the light can make some challenging for the analyst, not to interpret. So we are selecting the work of selection of the imagery is a work itself. In any case, we are selecting more or less one imagery for year for the 6 area. And I show you in these 6 area, Tel Aviv, Sebla, some other, what we have detected. In this case, I show you example of earth movement and construction that are affecting the cultural heritage. You can see in yellow, orange area where we have detected more earth movement, and some area in the red where we have detected construction activity in the Tel, so in the area in the archaeology, in the Acropolis of the area. You can see, for example, that are in some case they are building permanent structure building or temporary structure, tents, containers, something like this, but directly in the archaeological site. Military activity, I think that I don't have to explain, this is the imagery like it is. You can see that there are defense wall and several other construction that have impacted the area. Here we are in Ebla, if you the same, sometimes we don't have to see only the specific area of the site, but also to give an overview to the user. For example, in this case, you can see that the site now, the major is from January, I see from January, is quite impossible to reach the area because there are roadblocks, defense wall, mainly military, that make it impossible to reach the area. Destruction, I have only one slide because it's quite self-explained. There is something that is destroyed for several reasons, I have to say. This case is an area with conflict, but there are another case in which this, we have identified this type of activity, the destruction also of cultural heritage, but not connected with a conflict, but with cultural activity. I mean, in this place there is a community that we don't want that they are there, and so we start destroying the main aggregation point. No? Sometimes the historical, I don't have to say to you this, but the historical part is also an aggregation of a community. So this is more or less what we can see. Then it's not only this. This is, I think, the starting point to identify all these indicators. Then there is all the analysis of these indicators. And from satellite imagery, we can also provide more information. For sure, we can identify area where the cultural heritage, the archaeological assets are not open to the public. Sometimes they are, it's possible to see from the surface the evidence of something in the underground. You will see an example in the next slide. Another relevant application is a site analysis. I mean, site that we know they need to be protected. So with a satellite imagery, in particular, when we cannot reach the place, we can identify the conservation level, we can identify the contingency action that can be done to protect the site, or we can follow the structural change of a site. Then there is a temporal analysis that I will show better, but is what we are doing usually because it's the more interesting, you know, to follow the activity, how it's changing. And of course, the final part of our work, so the statistical analysis of all the data that we are detecting from the imagery. This is mainly to identify hotspots. Sometimes it's used to suggest to the decision maker where to give priority to the action that we need to do to protect the area. This was an example of covered heritage. I have named like this, so you can see in the image this C shape that are the evidence that there is something in the ground. This is like in the past, several archaeological sites have been discovered from aerial survey for error. Sometimes during the war, there are several evidence. You can see, depending on several technical aspects of the imagery, like humidity, it's possible to see a bit in a bit more in depth respect to the surface. Multi-temporal analysis, I don't want to spend more because at the end is the example I have explained before, but you can see here how we can present the results. So the one imagery for each year, for each imagery, the analysis. So what we can see, what is changing respect to the imagery acquired before and respect to the year later, for example, and also how we can represent this looting activity or damage activity with symbols at the end. This is an example of site analysis. So in this case, we are again in Arpinova. This is one of the two small areas that the people, the citizens can visit. But in the history of this site, there were several changes. Period in which the area was open to the public, period in which it was closed. Some activities, probably not regular, happen and some damages occur in the area. So you can also follow, there is also the possibility to follow, to monitor the status, the conservation status. Sure. I'm more or less close to the end because I have another example. In this case, we are in Iraq. It's more or less the same idea. It was a site that was damaged. And in this case, it was possible to see the different part, the structural damage. Not only in this case, we have done the same work. So we have discovered all the damage to the cultural heritage and archaeological site. In this case, it's more a security check of the whole area before and after. How I said, to support the have to take an action to can make a plan, for example, of the action, like a security plan, as I have said. This is the statistical part. I don't go through this because it's quite evident when you have a series of data, the number of looting, site, the position, the geolocalization of looting, you can start analyzing, also reporting only percentage or statistics. But I think that a quite interesting elaboration of the data and the interpretation is the one I'm showing here, that is like the density analysis. So this can be done for all the damage altogether, or for only looting activity, only construction activity. And I think for looting activity can be quite interesting in some areas, because if you know, if we know where the looting is more present, where the action, where the repetitive, I mean, 1 year and the other, always in the same position, probably there is something, there is an high level of activity. So we are providing this type of analysis, like an hotspot analysis, to give like a priority areas in which probably some action have to be taken, of some investigation to understand why in that area there is a high level of activity. That's all. I hope that I have done to you some idea of what is possible. The application is really ongoing. We are in the starting point, I can say, even if the results are very good, because the technology is going very fast. The resolution of the satellite now are 50 centimeter. We are going to 30 centimeter. There is the support in the future, I hope, in the very soon, of the artificial intelligence. We are also working on this sector. So we think that this technology can in some way support or can be integrated with all the other data that we have. Thank you.
So thank you, Roberta. And now we are switching to the remote guests who are waiting online. So I leave the stage to Nicola Masini from CNR.
Thank you very much. I thank all the organizers for inviting me, to this interesting conference. Unfortunately, I can be in Venice. I'm currently in Greece for a field survey. I thank in particular Arianna Traviglia. Well, my speech, my presentation deals with remote sensing based approach, to operational remote sensing based approach to for the analysis and the feature archaeological looting feature extraction into diverse environmental context. One in a desert area in southern Peru. The second is under canopy in northern Lazio. The illicit removal of artifacts is a phenomenon of global proportion, which adversely impact cultural heritage. So we need to face this problem with specific contrasting measure in order to intervene on this destructive change of knowledge of the human past, with a number of actions, including hard thrust towards the network of intermediaries and collectors, increasing awareness about the damage that the looting causes to the heritage and cultural identity of the country of origin of the artifacts stolen and illegally sold, and with contrast using appropriate on-site surveillance activity, remote sensing based monitoring tools. The use of appropriate remote sensing technology is fundamental for those for those archaeological area located in remote and inaccessible regions affected by armed conflicts or characterized by flight restriction. I in particular refer to satellite remote sensing. Their effectiveness, with particular reference to very high resolution satellite data, has been experienced, tested by a multidisciplinary scientific community, which developed a number of approach methodologies, algorithms, from the enhancement to semi-automatic, automatic extraction of routing feature, using both passive and active remote sensing data. These applications have been mostly applied in desert area, in particular in Middle East and South America. Fewer applications are related to looted areas under canopy. So my presentation deals with two approach in two distinct areas. One is in Peru, in a desert, in one of the most arid desert in the world. The second refers to a Etruscan site in northern Lazio, using in the first case using satellite imagery, in second case using LiDAR data. Starting with the first application, the site is Paredones, located in southern Peru, built in the Middle Horizon in the period of the Great Inca expansion. Paredones has an important architectural monuments built in adobe, characterized by a rich archaeological heritage, including tombs and ritual offering, which have been in the last 20-30 years plundered by the grave robbers, the so-called huaqueros in Spanish, in Quechua. The approach in this case has been multi-scale and multimodal, including satellite data processing with validation phase, including UAV-based survey, ground truth, so on-site validation, and also GPR prospection. As regards the satellite data processing, we use an algorithm already developed by me and my group, which includes a local special association of indicators, unsupervised classification, and segmentation. In order to detect in automatic way the first phase, the local indicator, are classified using unsupervised algorithms, whereas as regards the segmentation phase, given the heterogeneous characteristic of a desert land surface, we split the segmentation phase according to different parameters, different threshold of parameters. So using exploiting the high resolution of a drone, of a UAV-based digital model, we conducted a preliminary characterization of the potential feature, thus evidencing three-dimensional classes. Small feature with dimension ranging from 4 to 6 meters, related in large part to looting pits, and in smaller part to microrelief referable to other archaeological feature. Medium feature with the dimension ranging from 6 to 10 meters related to craters, big holes produced by grave robbers, along with other features which are not related to looting activity. And finally, large feature with dimension greater than 10 meters with no relation with looting activity. So this preliminary feature characterization suggests to assume three segmentation sets, S1, S2, S3, one S1 extracting from small to large feature with some particular values of population minimum and the number of neighbors. Well, for sake of brevity, I will not provide additional detail of this aspect. Set 2 related to medium to large feature, and S3 only large feature. So finally, in order to visualize the small feature, a RGB simple RGB composition has been created. So in this slide you can see that the red pixel visualized only the small feature, mostly referable to looting pits. The validation conducted on site and with support of drones put in evidence interesting positive results in terms of target detection rate, which are around 84%, a target no detection rate of 16%, and a normalized false positive index of around 17%, which are good results considering that these looting pits are not fresh, are related to looting activity dated to 15, 20 years ago. Passing to the second case study, it is San Giovenale, located in the territory of Brera in northern Lazio, at about 60 kilometers northwest of Rome. This territory is characterized by human occupation from proto-Villanovian to medieval times, including inside Etruscan period. This area have been for a lot of decades investigated by Swedish archaeological mission. A less investigated area is at south of San Giovenale, where a dense wood cover discouraged research, archaeological excavation, but not discouraged the clandestine excavation. The slide shows 4 test areas selected for the application. The methodology is composed of the following steps. The first is the LiDAR data processing. Well, first is LiDAR data acquisition, of course. The second is the LiDAR data processing. The third is the enhancement performed using a number of visualization techniques to facilitate the identification of microtopography linked to looting feature at a large scale analysis. Then there is the pattern recognition, a small scale analysis using characterized by pattern recognition approach using geomorphon algorithms, and finally the validation of the results. LiDAR was carried out of an area of around 6 kilometers using a full waveform scanner. The first step of data processing consisted in removing noisy points and outliers. The second step is the classification of terrain and off-terrain targets. That is crucial for the identification of the looting feature. Finally, the DTM using progressive densification methods, which allow to filter the vegetation. And as you can see, this slide put in evidence these circular curvilinear holes referable to looting pits. Large scale analysis consisted in the enhancement using some visualization techniques, from the simple shading up to positive openness, scavew factor, local leaf model, among the other, which have been compared in order to understand which are the best of these enhancement techniques in terms of looting feature visibility. Moreover, this allowed us to identify the four area to be tested for the approach that I will show in the following slides. In particular, after the enhancement, we used as a pattern recognition methods the geomorphon method, which is an algorithm mutuated from the landform classification, which is widely used to extract a geomorphological feature at catchment or sub-regional scale. The geomorphon method returns a number of different landform classes, such as flat, peak, ridge, valley, pit, and so on. Automatic detection of looting phenomenon can be achieved by considering its peculiar topographic feature, which is represented by a specific class depression in the geomorphon map. Geomorphon map, which shows its viable reliability in detecting looting pits. Two filter steps are needed to produce more effective results. In particular, areas lower than 0.25 square meters have been excluded, as they usually don't correspond to pits, as well as areas higher than, if I'm not wrong, 3 or 4 square meters have been deleted too, because they reveal a different type of morphological feature not related to any human excavation practice. This improved the effectiveness of this approach in extracting and feature related to looting activity. The following validation put in evidence good results in terms of all feature detection. In particular, the table put in evidence a percentage of success which varies from 85 to 95% in the 4 area tested. And in this slide you can see the ground truth validation of the approach, and also the difficulty in conducting this kind of field survey. I close to the conclusion, just to show you a recent application in the context of these operational works using geophysical techniques, in particular GPR, which is a promising close-range imaging to characterize in depth the effect of the archaeological disturbance. With the encouraging results, in particular in Peru. In some cases, it was even possible to understand if the Huaquero achieved to find the treasure they were looking for. In particular, in this slide related to Paredones, the time slice highlighted a depth of excavation of about 2 meters. In conclusion, for the desert scenario, the presentation highlighted the importance of using optical remote sensing techniques at different scales and resolution, with the support of automatic feature extraction methods, particularly the application of our algorithms, Alfea, exhibited positive results that encouraged further efforts aimed at improving the effectiveness of the algorithms in desert context, also with the support of close-ranging methods, including drones, UAV, and GPR. About the canopy, under canopy scenario, my presentation, I think, to have demonstrated the utility of LiDAR data, of course, but also utility of geomorphon methods in extracting looting feature. Although geomorphon methods still needs human intervention to better discriminate between natural feature and feature linked to looting activity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masini. Now we are having Dr. Tapete.
Hi, good afternoon. So thanks very much for the kind invitation. Very much apologizing for not being on site and just joining from remote. I come from the Italian Space Agency, so of course our view about looting and heritage protection is from above. As also Nicola in the previous presentation said, looting is a global challenge. It's spread across continents. It happens in areas that are frequently remote and very difficult to access, so it's pretty obvious, as the previous presentations have showed, the value of using satellite data. In terms of the existence of these technologies and their user uptake, we can make some comments. I just quote to UNITAR, just an example of the fact that this is an acknowledged resource for damage assessment and to obtain a conservative estimate of the condition on site of heritage assets that are affected by looting. there's a vital community. There's the evidence that we gather from scientific publications using already for several years now satellite imagery, and not only researchers or remote sensing experts like myself, but also archaeologists and cultural heritage scientists. And that's another encouraging signal of the user uptake of these technologies. And not to forget, the practitioners and heritage bodies in charge of safeguarding and preserving heritage assets are now increasingly becoming familiar with these technologies. Of course, the arena is pretty diverse. We have several means and tools. I will come back later on in this presentation about the multiple sources of satellite data. As Nicola mentioned, we have various methods to identify looting, and this is thanks to the capability of the scientific research community across the world to develop both manual and visual identification methods up to methods that are based on image processing with a certain degree of automation. And there's no doubt, as also the first presentation showed, that we have already common and consolidated methods to map and interpret satellite imagery, especially to assess damage from looting. I would like to point out that there are ongoing developments while inventorying and documenting incidents of looting is something that across the community is already happening. I believe that we need to do more on the side of sharing methodologies and create networks to disseminate methods, while on the other side, there's already ongoing efforts to train final users for also capacity building. And this is something that came out from a study that we have published in 2019, depicting this state of the art, where we have the clear evidence, at least in the scientific publication domain, that both optical and radar data collected from spaceborne sensors are used, increasingly from 26 to 2019. We also observed some spatial and temporal trends, highlighting that, of course, instability situations can exacerbate the susceptibility to looting, but situations, as also showed by Nicola in Peru, are completely independent and happen in ordinary times. So these spatial and temporal trends of the studies published using satellite imagery to document looting clearly highlights this situation. Looting happens in both ordinary and political instability conditions. There's evidence, and also you see from the speakers of this session that we have already moved from pure scientific research to practice, because there are several initiatives ongoing for several years now using satellite data in a very operational way. I now move back to the point of the use of different sources of satellite data. We have heard from the first speaker about the use of multispectral optical imagery at very high resolution, but on the other side there's also the availability of radar data nowadays at the same very high resolution. That's something that in the past years has been a real improvement, and we can combine both. Roberta mentioned that it's important also when the data are collected, and radar data has disadvantage compared to multispectral optical imagery. It can be collected during the night and during bad weather conditions and low visibility conditions. From an Italian point of view, we have an excellence here. The radar technology produced in Italy, named Cosmos Skymed, is a constellation now operational since 15 years. We have already added 2 more satellites to improve and extend the lifetime of this constellation, which is owned and managed by the Italian Space Agency. It has been proved already in our internal research and also research projects with a public research body, for example, Ca' Foscari University of Venice, that we can use this data to document the condition on the ground with regard to looting. And we have the capability to collect data in different revisit times, so increasing the temporal resolution of our observations. And also we have long archives that allows us to document the evolution of the situation. Someone from the audience asked about the period that we are able to go back. So for example, with Cosmos Skymed, in a more systematic way, we can go back until 2011. Not to forget that there's also the wider Copernicus portfolio of satellite data. In the first talk, you have heard about very high resolution optical data, but I will show you that in some cases, for looting detection, even high resolution optical data, and with a high resolution, I mean in this case something which is in the order of 10 meters spatial resolution, we can make some observations. Of course, not as detailed as the very high resolution satellite imagery allows, but I will show you effective anyway. Given also that in this case we access this data for free in an open access policy, and we can achieve a very high temporal resolution, at least 5 days, if not even less, given the twin observation configuration of the Sentinel-2 constellation. So some considerations. As Nicola said, there is no unique method or approach, and different research groups and practitioner groups use different satellite data. So there's full of opportunities in this context. We have observed, of course, the very high resolution, less than 1 meter optical imagery predominates compared to radar data, although there's an increasing trend to use also this source of data. But the evidence is that we are not using enough, probably, also the available high-resolution optical imagery, such as a Sentinel-2, especially for those situations where even high resolution is suitable enough, at least to perform a regional screening. There's, of course, in this field of application, a great emphasis on spatial resolution, but depending on the user requirement and the specific situation on the ground, there's also the important aspect of temporal frequency of observation to better understand the looting mechanism and time scale. Of course, there's an aspect about accessibility that needs to be accounted for. Very high resolution data are definitely advantages, but there's a barrier, their cost of reproduction, unless there are some agreements with providers and institutions to access them for free, especially for larger amount of data. So we made this exercise in 2019 to compose from one side the technical characteristics of all the satellites available, at least from the Earth observation point of view, and the spatial scale of looting mapping, and the user requirement of temporal revisit of the observations. And as you can see in this chart, of course, there are some satellites that are better suited if high detail is required, but there's also a good trade-off, especially if in addition to high detail, we need to repeat the observations in a very shorter time scale. So, of course, there's another aspect that I will also mention at the end of the presentation. The community is moving towards more systematic regional scale efforts, so we need even more data, and there is a requirement for larger efforts. And there's, of course, an awareness of the sources of error and uncertainty associated with interpretation. I linked to Roberta's comments about the fact that these are images, but they are not only images from a pictorial point of view, but there's information that needs to be extracted with certainty. Just an example, Apamea, we have already seen some example from Syria. This was a tentative World Heritage List site. Unfortunately, it did not have any chance to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site, despite it was excavated only up to 40%, so rich heritage to unveil. And when the Syrian civil war started, the situation was leading to industrial scale looting, with warning even from UNESCO, with activities that was undertaken by looters, even with bulldozers. This was a very test bed, for example, to combine data available for free in Google Earth. At the time was Digital Globe, now Maxer. Starting from the very common visual identification methods, we moved to more systematic and automated processes using TerraSRX data, so radar data from the German Aerospace Center, in order to map the dynamic evolution of looting. As soon as a Sentinel-2 was made available, we used this resource also to monitor this hotspot through the years. And in the end, we added on top of these bases provided by Sentinel-2 high definition imagery obtained by Cosmos SkyMed. So in 2014, the situation was already critical. 44% of the site was looted. And thanks to radar data, we were able to obtain these dynamic maps of looting evolution. In some way, in 2016, we developed this prototype product, which has several linkages, for example, with the density maps that the first speaker has showed. So you see how throughout years, this methodology have developed. And just comparing the situation, you see the dynamicity of the process can be captured also from a spatial point of view, and in terms of densification and rates of looting. We have also tested very common spectral indices that until 2019 were very poorly used for mapping the impact and the footprint left by looting holes. This is obtained using Sentinel-2, again over Apamea. And the matching evidence with radar tells us that these two type of data sets are very complementary, so multiple sources of data that can be combined together. So with the Sentinel-2, as I mentioned before, you can achieve a high temporal resolution hotspot monitoring in situations like Apamea, where the extensive scale of looting does not necessarily require high resolution from very high resolution commercial imagery. Even Sentinel-2 is sufficient to observe this situation. So that's with regard to monitoring. I'm going to conclude this presentation with the last 3 slides on another aspect of our satellite assets. We can use, for example, digital elevation models in order to detect sites at potential risk. For example, archaeological mounds, namely tells in the Middle Near East, that are, of course, sources for manufacts for illicit trafficking. Here you see on the right 3 examples of digital elevation model datasets, starting from ALOS, which is a digital elevation model available for free at 30 meter, and then Cosmos SkyMed and Cartosat-1 Euromaps digital surface models at 10 and 5 meter spatial resolution that can be accessed through a license. Using this type of datasets in a collaboration with the University of Venice Ca' Foscari and with Arianna, we observed that this data can allow us to map preserved tells, but also tells that are already disturbed. So they have been already affected by anthropogenic activities and potentially are already sites where looting activities are happening already. Last year, we have also made another test in Iraq, in the Wazit region, using both Cartosat and Cosmos Skymed data, and we proved that these data sets are very helpful to improve up to 10 times compared to existing open access database, the inventories of tells and mounds as potential sites at risk of looting. And basically combining this digital surveying with topographic products, with satellite imagery, we ended up with the observations that these sites are affected by multiple anthropogenic actions. Actually, more than one threat can damage these sites. And in particular, as you can see in the map with red dots in the top left, the sites that have been affected by reworking and reshaping, for example, in preparation to agricultural activity later on, and this is very visible in the third map with the green dots, were also affected by looting activities. So frequently, reworking and reshaping, change of morphological and use of these tells is also followed by looting activities because evidently there's awareness that those sites are of anthropogenic origin and contain heritage. So that's another example where it's pretty evident that satellite data can help us to monitor the situation, but also identify sites that could be at risk. And with this, I conclude just with this example. As you can see in the corona imagery dating back to 1968, it was pretty evident that there was a huge tell with a clear and defined pattern of topography. That later on, comparing Cartosat-1 and Cosmos Skymed, was damaged and altered also with bulldozers and heavy machinery in just the time span of 3 years. And later on, illegal activities of excavation happened. And with this example, I conclude that just with the references, they are all open access, so you can access them to know better about these technologies, and I'm available for any questions. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deodato. We just proceed with the following guest. So welcome to Jacopo Costa.
So just first of all, thanks for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to make my presentation after so different analysis. It's quite interesting that I'm bringing you back to the earth, so going from the space and starting to analyze this kind of issue, social network analysis. Just few words on where I work and who I am. I'm a senior research fellow at the Basel Institute on Governance. We are not-for-profit Swiss foundation associated at the University of Basel. Our main activities are based on anti-money laundering. So we have the International Center for Asset Recovery. We have a department working on green corruption, so environmental crime connected to financial crime. And then the public governance division, where I work, we do empirical research to produce evidence-based suggestion and inputs for anti-corruption intervention or legislation. So today I'm here to speak about my field of research, social network analysis. Basically, what is social network analysis? A set of theories and concepts, analytical procedure, method and techniques, and software that have built in the last 20, 30 years with the aim to analyze social and formal networks that are created by the social interaction of different types of actor that can be collective or individual actor. So basically, just to give a theoretical placement of social network analysis, basically it broke with the past, redefining the concept of power from a vertical dimension to a horizontal dimension. We had basically the disappearing of the concept of Leviathan, substituted by the ideas of network. So in the network theory, in the network framework, power is very much connected to being in the right place. So basically, as I was saying, power here in the network approach is basically being in the right place, having the capacity to assess resources, controlling the flow of these resources. And so this is a different conceptualization of power than the one we had in the past. Skip. Even when coming to the study of corruption, we had basically a switch into the model to interpret the mechanism and the corrupt exchange. We moved far away from the principal agent model and basically the homo economicus to move to something else, something different, where we gave much more attention to the collective dimension, to the informal institutions and social norms that characterize this kind of collective relational structure, so the collective network. And we can speak about different theoretical also model to describe it. So please skip. Just to give you a few basic concept on what we are speaking about. So we all know now, that we are immersed as humans into this relational structure we call social networks, informal networks. The very basic structure is the dyad. So basically the tie, the link that connect two nodes. If we take an individual, so Jacopo Costa is surrounded by a specific ego network made by alters, so by the other individuals. And then when we go to put together all the ego networks of the different individuals, we obtain and we can describe what we call the complete network. Skip, please. Just a very fast and very quick historical introduction of what social network analysis is. So it started, in the 18th century with Eulero, and then we moved towards different conceptualization, a random nature of graphs. We had during the 60s with the small world problem, and probably you heard about these 6 degrees of separation, and etc., etc. We are speaking about social network grammar when we speak about this kind of issue. Very, very important, in the early 2000s, we have Albert Laszlo Barabashi, this Hungarian scholar, that elaborated while going to study worldwide web, so how this new space, technological space worked. He identified the concept of free-scale networks that is actually the one that I'm using as reference model for social network analysis. Please skip. The main concept of the Albert Barabashi model is about the power law distribution. So this means that within the network, into the social and informal networks, there are very, very few individuals that are powerful. So the one we define hubs. So when we speak about airport or this sort of hubs, this is a very network term. Basically, a hub is simply a node that obtain and receive or send out a lot of links and is able to mediate between different clusters. So we have other labels and concepts, the fitness and nodes attractiveness, the preferential attachment. So this is a very important mechanism that tell us that when new nodes want to enter into a social network, into an informal network, they are going to connect in a preferential way the hubs. So this is taking us to the second, to another concept that is one that it get rich phase. So we see this kind of mechanism: who is rich become richer, basically. Skip, please. So these are some definition of what I have just discussed now, but please skip again. And this is the last slide that I give on the just definition, some conceptualization. So moving from the Albert Barabashi model to this very specific language of social network analysis, here we have specific measures. So social network analysis is basically a quantitative method to calculate and evaluate, the role of each node into the network or the network characteristic. Basically, we have four main measures for nodes. So for the individuals, we speak about degree centrality, the number of incoming, outgoing links that one node has. We speak about between the centrality when we want to understand the intermediation capacity of a node. We have also closeness or eigenvector centrality that are other two measures. Then we have some concept some measure that permit us to evaluate, to calculate and to measure the characteristic of the network, like the density, the distance between the nodes, the centralization, so how much the network is centralized or decentralized. So please skip. So basically, here I have just presented a little bit what is very briefly, what is social network analysis, what are the main concepts, but basically how we can use social network analysis to study corrupt exchange or illicit trafficking. So what I did since my PhD, I did a PhD in Turin. In 2013, I moved to study corruption and corrupt exchange in Italy, and I was trying to understand what's the best method and technique that I can use now and nowadays to go deeply into the infrastructure that permits the corrupt exchange. And I started to apply social network analysis. So the first time I applied the social network analysis, for example, to the corruption in public contracts in Italy, I studied the Grandi Eventi and the Scuola Marescialli dei Carabinieri di Firenze scandal, probably you remember about, using particular judicial documents and newspaper articles. I studied, as you can see, a complete network with a national dimension made by 90 nodes and 371 ties, for example. Please skip. As well as in Italy, I applied social network analysis to a corruption scandal in Latin America. So under the umbrella of the Lava Jato case, there is the Odebrecht scandal. And I focused on the corrupt connection between Odebrecht, one of the most important Brazilian conglomerate in the oil and gas sector, and Alejandro Toledo was a former Peruvian president. And basically what we have been able to do here, once again, analyzing judicial documents, reports, or newspaper articles, we have been able to map not just the corrupt agreement between this Toledo and the inner circle and the Odebrecht conglomerate, but also the route of the money towards, skip please, towards, this is the orange line that I depicted. This is exactly the route that the money, the bribe took towards a very so much different levels of offshore companies and supply side actors like facilitator, enablers, and etc., etc. So in this case, we applied social network analysis to the corrupt exchange. But please skip, please. The point is why I'm speaking about here during this conference and this event, basically because we applied social network analysis also to two different types of illicit trafficking. So first of all, for example, I applied social network analysis to study a scandal of match fixing and illegal betting in Italy, and it's known as Calcio Scommesse scandal. And the point is, what can be trafficked can be a very material good, in your case, cultural or antiquities, or in another case, for example, wildlife goods, but also very immaterial information. And, at the end of the day, the mechanism and the behaviors of the actors are for sure different, but they are also characterized by sort of recurring patterns and common patterns. So in this case, I studied, for example, a network of match fixing and illegal betting, of course, and with a very transnational dimension, given that this sort of network was based in Italy, where the information on the fixed matches were collected, but also in East Europe, for example, Slovenia, more than Croatia and others. And then the last end of this network was based in Singapore, where a very huge criminal syndicate was able to collect information from several sources on different countries like Germany, Finland, and others, and illegally betting on the Chinese market, for example, much less regulated than the European one, and where you can move much more money very, very quickly. Skip, please. And last example, just to give a final example, here we studied basically a network of illegal wildlife trafficker, Mosa Chroma. So basically this guy was based in Uganda with a very large network based in the East Africa region between Mozambique, Kenya, and the other countries. And basically we had this illegal business with Southeast Asia and, criminal syndicate on the other shore. In this case, basically, I studied an ego network using different types of empirical materials, so call logs, confidential reports, intelligence bulletins, newspaper articles. So here we had, once again, really the conversation and the interaction between this trafficker and alters and other individuals that were part of this criminal network. Please skip. Stop. So this is how I applied social network analysis. Then the point was, which kind of lessons we learn in doing that can be used for the illicit trafficking of antiquities or cultural goods, or more in general, the concept of illicit trafficking. So first of all, I think that is very important to combine and to mix two different concepts, is the one of supply chain and the one of networks. So basically we have in this kind of illicit trafficking mechanism, for sure, the capacity to connect the source countries or the source places that, you have just showed us a lot of examples now, from the space, how we can understand what has changed exactly in the source countries. But we have to be aware that this very long supply chain can connect the source countries with the final markets. We have both top-down and bottom-up strategies, and along this supply chain, we know that there are hotspots for corruption. So basically, where public and criminal actors meet, so we can speak about a sort of frontier. Please, next. And this is just, a very, very, very simple conceptualization, ideal types. This is not at all conclusive. It's not at all very, it's just a very easy, just to show you what I mean. So basically, we know that there are sources countries, there are final markets. In the middle can be different spaces where, for example, goods are consolidated at the local level. We can have transit countries. We can have criminal hubs where goods are consolidated, are concealed into warehouse, where the goods are prepared for the delivery, for example. We have goods receivers, and then we have the final markets. I'm not inventing almost nothing, because this is also about, in the literature, the different spaces that you can find on this supply chain. So what I want to say is that it's very convenient for us to look at this supply chain has a combination of different rings. These rings are local, so are very geographically placed and are made by networks. And the very interesting point that our supply chain basically is a mix between a chain and a set of different networks that are connected each other, and are connected each other because of the works of different actors. Can be brokers, can be intermediaries, or can be simply people sitting in two different in two or more networks or relational structures. Next, please. And here also, just to give you an idea, you know, it's absolutely evident that along this criminal, you know, this supply chain and into these rings that are made by network, we have different places where this public crime frontier can increase the risk of corruption, because basically, you know, we have the point where these two types of actors basically meet together to, you know, for issuing an authorization or just passing a border control. We know and we name it in the past. Please, next. I'm going just a couple of slides before finishing. So what do we do concretely when we apply social network analysis? So first of all, we try to map the structures that characterize the networks, the cliques, the clusters, the insulated regions of the network. But we try also to understand, to better understand the power relations between the different nodes that compose this structure. So for example, we can identify who are the leaders and who are the subordinates in a criminal group. We can identify and explain, for example, the node characteristic, but even more important, we can try to understand the functional roles of the individuals that sit in the network. Are they hubs? Are they intermediaries? Are they enablers? Are they supply side actors? So this is another very useful point that, you know, we can have using social network analysis. Social network analysis can help us to identify key functions and tasks that are operationalized along the criminal network. So for example, sourcing, concealing, networking, delivery, and the important stuff that we are able to triangulate and to combine together information about the nodes that are doing and, you know, taking care of this task, the geographical placement, for example, so we can understand a little bit better, not just what kind of activities are done along a network, but also where, by whom, through which kind of strategies. This is the last point. You know, mixing social network analysis, for example, with more ethnographic or anthropological tools, as for example, network ethnography, can help us to have information not just on the structure, but also on the social norms, on the strategies. So this is a very important point. Social network analysis, it's quite useful to explain, to analyze the skeleton of a mechanism, but to have information on the meat, on the muscles, on all this kind of substance that, you know, gives substance to this, on this skeleton. You know, it's very important to apply different types of lens. You know, network ethnography, for example, is a method that combines very, very well with social network analysis. Also because we can use the same empirical materials to realize both social network analysis and more ethnographic study. So just, you know, just to say that, you know, what we do with social network analysis is basically accumulate and stratify different individual events, interaction, episodes, and something else to see emerging recurring patterns and routinized schemes. About what? About the strategy that are used, about, you know, for example, the transportation routes and tools, about, you know, the professionals and facilitators. What we have noticed, for example, doing other, you know, applying social network analysis to other cases, is that, you know, the enablers or the professionals basically are used by different types of, by different networks, and we see exactly the same people into different part of the network. Skip and then I have finished. So basically, lastly, so what we can see, so from our previous research, what is important, what we see about for illicit trafficking. So we have noticed that complexity increase when moving from the part of sourcing to the final markets. We have in this very huge criminal network, for example, the one of match fixing, there were at the same time opportunism and organization. What I mean that we are not just speaking about a very top-down mechanism, but there is also the bottom-up part. And here, once again, about illicit trafficking, this is very, very, very important to understand the combination between these different mechanisms. Third, networks are sort of machine of order, that transform something that we can call as a chaotic inputs into a very organized output and outcome. These networks are managed by informal governance systems, and these informal governance systems are ruled and controlled by specific nodes or specific cluster into the network. And that for very important function that these informal and social networks supply is the one of coordination, so coordinating the different cluster, cooptation, so including new nodes into the network, camouflage, hiding the illicit activities they are taking care of, and basically control. So control the flows of information, control the resources, or control, for example, the activation of other nodes and clusters. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everybody. I will be real quick, also because something that I would have been saying is it has been saying before me by the other colleagues. So I start. I wanted to present very briefly the project that in our center we are developing for the fight against looting and illicit trafficking. With the help of machine learning. One of the project is another project of Earth observation to detect illicit trafficking, looting from satellite imageries by using the time series analysis, comparing the same place from satellite and comparing the differences between two given images and ma questa è la vecchia presentazione, vabbè, fa niente, no problem, it's the whole PowerPoint, no problem. Differences between the images and locate automatically after training given algorithms of machine learning the ability to recognize automatically sites of machine learning. Obviously, this work, some of the guys that are working on this are here today, is done by a first step that is the archaeologist that is analyzing the images, and then the archaeologist with the IT people will build this system to make the machine able to work by itself. And then the constant flow of feedback and information between the archaeologists will be used to refine again and again the algorithms. And well, there are also this is a little schema of how it works. We teach the machine when an image show a pattern of looting, when an image is not, and then the machine will be able to understand this by itself. This is the workflow. We practically tag the images in different tiers of a place. This is a place in Egypt, and then we ingest these images to the machine learning algorithms. We have several case studies. We will be working in Cerveteri, Arpinova, Aswan, Aquileia, and Morgantina, and also in Dura, Europos, and Debla, all places that have or had looting activities, and we know about this very well. One of the output of the project will be also the, let's say, a taxonomy of the pattern of looting activities in a certain place. So we will try also to define the differences between this pattern and what they mean in the bigger picture. So very quickly, another project that has been started in the center by the Marie Curie Fellowship of one of our researchers, Dr. Marco Fiorucci, is an application of LiDAR images. Again, there is a multi-temporal analysis of different LiDAR photographs, actually, that will compare, in this other case, always through the building of novel machine learning algorithms, the point clouds of the remotely sensed images. And this will give the ability also to detect looting in places that are covered by vegetation. That is one of the the problem that we have in this field, because usually we are very capable to detect looting in desertic areas or areas that are well seen by the space, by the air, but obviously where there is a lot of vegetation that is covering, just like let's say also in Cerveteri or in Peru. This is an image from I don't remember if it's Peru or Cambodia, but anyway, where the vegetation doesn't permit to see under what's happening in the ground. The last project that I am showing is actually my PhD project, and has obviously some connection also with RITHMS, and it's based on the development of the tailored scripts for certain auction houses, antiquities galleries, or marketplaces online, and the building of a knowledge graph of this relation between object and people. So reconstructing, retelling the provenance information in a let's say also a SNA way. So making clear which are the connection between these two different kind of nodes. And finally, I will be developing machine learning algorithms that can help, by the combination of this information, this relation, and also the images of the object, to give out some red flags on which object could be possibly coming from looting or theft. This is an example of the concept that started this. We have like this is an object that was found by Christos Sirogiannis in Becchini archives, and then I would like also that Maurizio and Daniela to chat a little with them about this. That as you can see in the corner, the information of the actual owner. The fact, obviously, that Becchina had also this object wasn't saved by Christie's. This is a Christie's auction. But the interesting thing is that in the same auction, we can also find a quite similar object of a similar period that has not been retrieved from the market. It has been sold, but as almost at least one of two provenance information of two nodes is the same of the other one. So I don't have the Becchini archives, unfortunately. And if I had them, this can be really useful. But the idea is that I could see a lot of these examples, one near the other, and make consideration more quickly without the effort to look at them one by one. This is an example of the phases of the project, the scrapping and the writing. There's something going on there. The production of the JSON database, and then the reorganization of everything in knowledge graphs, connecting different kind of nodes, auction houses, museum that exhibited objects, literature, etc., with different kind of relationships. So I stop here. I promise at least 10 minutes, and for the first time in my life, I've been able to do that.
Thank you, everyone, to be back. Now we have Dr. Anna Vico Belmonte, who's with us in Venice, and I leave her the floor.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thanks to the Italian Institute of Technology and to the Rhythm Museum, the Rhythm Project.
We are not a museum yet.
No, not yet. To the Rhythm Project for inviting me to participate in this conference that has been such interesting this morning. In fact, well, it's after to all the interesting conferences and interventions that we have here today. It's not easy to explain that I'm coming from the art market. So, well, I would like to explain you what kind or what part from the art market I'm coming from. Because, well, as my colleague from the Universidad of La Coruña, he said that it's not always black and white. There are many other tones and many other colors, I mean. So, well, I would like to tell you how also the art market is trying to fight with against the illicit traffic. Well, as Michela said in the presentation, so well, as Michela said, I'm working in the university, in Universidad Rey Juan Carlos, where we have an art market management that I manage, in fact, and also I'm in the organizing committee of both most important art trade fairs in Spain, where we are also fighting against the illicit market, the illicit traffic and illicit market. Well, in the university, we are working in several projects. We start with a few about money laundering, and we start to work against money laundering in art. And now with the master, what we are trying, even sharing our classes with police, people from justice, laws, and many others. We are trying to show to the students how to do properly and the good manners in the art market, because they are the next professional. They are the future, and what they need is to see how they should work. So, well, what is the problem? That in the art market now, we have to show them that well, always money is the main situation in the art market, and what is happening is that this is not exactly the art market. I mean, the health managers that now are always acting in the art market, and all the auctions that we used to see on news, it doesn't represent the whole art market. This is a particular part and a special side of the art market where the billionaires arrive, and they doesn't care if they buy art or many other things, because what they are trying is just to speculate with objects and items in the market. So the problem is always the money, and how health managers, brokers, etc., start to work now with art and speculate with all that. But as I said, this is not the real art market, and what we have seen in the social media and the media and the news always talk about an incredible prices, but the main gross of pieces in the market has not a millionaire price. In fact, according what our price said in the last report in 2021, they said that the 96% of the pieces sold in the art market was under 15,000 euros. Well, 15,000 euros is a huge amount of money, but it is far away of those millionaires' prices that we used to see. And it represents the, well, I don't know if I suppose that all you know what is art price is a database, digital database you can find in the net, okay, and is the best database for pricing in auctions, okay. So, well, it's really, in my opinion, it's really representative because it's the 96% of the lots sold in the market. So we are talking about medium pieces bought by regular collectors who conserve with their own money and their own capitals, thousands of pieces that, well, at the end in Italy as in Spain, otherwise should be conserved by the administrations. So collectors, what I would like to show you is that collectors also could make, when they act in the legal market, of course, I'm always talking about legal market in that kind of situations. Well, they also act and work helping the heritage, because otherwise, Italy, Spain, and those countries who have to pay the conservation of the whole heritage has also to pay all those conservations. Conservation of pieces that should be otherwise in the warehouse of the museums. And well, at the end, this is impossible. This is unsustainable, of course, totally unsustainable. So, well, when we are studying the art market, what we are doing is trying to check weaknesses in order to find those options of criminal attitudes, and then find to see the different routes and actions that could serve us to detect all those situations. What happened that in 2007, which was the best year in the art market, when the highest volume of pieces and with the highest prices were done in the auctions, after that, we have started to see how many actors get into the market. And if you have a look about the precedents of those collectors, many of them came from what we used to call the BRIC countries. You know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and also Emirates, which are not, I don't know why in the name, because they have also a main role inside. But well, in any case, they are over there. And in fact, if we understand their sports, excuse me, because I couldn't change, and it is in Spanish, but have a look about the exports and imports, okay, and how it increases along the years. And it really grows during the financial global crisis that started in the 2008. This is in China, but have a look about India. That's incredible, you know. Well, what happened that if we have a look about the countries that were acting in the art market, well, of course, the main capital was always is still in the United States, and they were in the top of the ranking. But have a look what is happening with China. China in 2009 increased its percentage, but then 2010, they will. If you want my presentation, it's going to be better if I send you that. So I have not any problem. In fact, many of those are prints. So it's just give me your mail and I will send you, of course, if you don't mind.
No, of course.
Okay. So then, we are teaching in the university, so that's our role, right? In 2010, and have a look, 2020. China is one of the main actors. Even if they have a recession, they are in crisis in the last year. Well, they had an economic crisis in the last years also. But even with that, during before the pandemic, they arrived, to almost the 50% of the market. So it's incredible how they are acting and buying all the pieces, even more if those pieces are made in gold or any other metals. Well, here you have an evolution in those 4 years about the different sectors, because we have talked about the art market, and the art market is divided in many aspects. We can say, and in fact, I believe that we should say that there is a legal and illegal market, and there is also a difference between the different sectors. If you have a look, and this is well in line with that situation of the speculation. Have a look. This is paintings. This is paintings. Okay. Then drawings, sculptures, prints. So all the same art. Okay. Sculptures, photography, and finally in this 0.5 is jewelry, furniture, antiquities, decorative arts, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so what is happening? Well, this sector, painting, which is this is happening because the crisis. Okay, and what the market had done during the crisis, firstly in the financial one, and then in the pandemic, what happened was that the number of collectors was reduced. So the auctions, what have done is to reduce also the number of lots that were inserted in the auctions, but always lots with a high quality. So prices are not has not been reduced during those crises. That's why people is saying, well, crisis never affects the art market. Of course it affects a lot, but if you only see numbers and you don't analyze them, then you are not going to see that that incredible volumes of prices are coming just for a few sales, okay, that only sold Picasso's, Monet, all those pieces made by consolidated artists that everybody knows, everybody wants, and then, well, the less offer, but a huge demand still, so the prices go rise. That's the situation. So, well, as you could see, there are many sectors, and well, what we need is to analyze traceability. Well, those sectors also are different when we are talking about health management. Why? Because in those speculation, as you can see, the highest sector is always jewelry, of course, and all the precious metals, artifacts, and then this is the kind of pieces that always are included in the financial funds that are still working in many other, well, in the new markets, because now markets are mostly electronical. what is happening with the blockchain. What they are making is dividing the property of the different artifacts, and then they include them in those financial funds in order to sell all that, looking for an increase in price in the future. That's the point, and that's why this is even more difficult to us to analyze the market, because we have not access to the blockchains, of course. That's the new situations that, well, we have to be alert, of course. Well, have a look what had been happening. This is the auction market. Sotheby's in blue, Christie's in red with the corporate colors, and in green you can find the rest of the auction houses results of the world. Okay, well, all which are inserted in the art price. Well, what happened when the crisis arrived? Here you have Sotheby's and Christie's fall down in the market, and that's the result of the Chinese auction houses. Chinese auction houses never give us results of their prices. Okay, in fact, after the auctions, we used to lose the any known about the products and the lots, because, well, inside China it's really difficult to know what is happening inside. But this is with the financial crisis. Have a look what is happening now after the sanitary crisis. Well, Sotheby's and Christie's again raised in their situation. In fact, if we if we analyze their activity in the last year, it's exactly 50% of the market. Okay, so now what we have is you know, 50-50 the market, but knowing that Sotheby's and Christie's now also act really very hard in Hong Kong. That's the new situation. Before the last years, the last 5-10 years, Sotheby's and Christie's has not an office in an auction house, I mean in Hong Kong. Well, again, new divisions in the art markets. They are specializing, well, the art market is, excuse me because the word, but it's really a snob. And then they always want to be in the top of the ranking. They want to show the new records. And now they have the records for the contemporary paintings, the records for the contemporary sculptures, record for, and they are always specializing just because communication, news, and social media is the key factor for prices. In fact, this week in Paris had been a new, an auction with all the pieces that coming from the Lambert Hotel. And well, they are specialists are checking that in that week, prices are going to rise again, just because the results of these auctions are getting incredible prices. Well, this is a very conical hotel. It was property of the family, the Rothschild family, and many other important collectors, and that's why, well, the pedigree is always also important in the art market. Well, what is happening then? That many important financial enterprise, companies had get into the art market. In fact, this test is coming from, I'm so sorry, I don't know if you could read it properly. Yeah, okay, so good, so far. Okay, you can. In any case, I can send you. Well, this is coming from Deloitte's report. They make every year an important report about art investment. And well, they are watching always and analyzing how to act in the online, and well, they are continuously testing to collectors. They have a incredible collectors ¿cómo se dice cartera? Customer, okay, portfolio. Excuse me, so sorry. Three languages today is too much for me. Sorry. So then, well, they are always testing in order to make in their consultant for the other art companies a protocol about which route they should maintain for the next years. So, well, they are always trying to know how to give, of course, to the customers the best service. That is what they are trying, but always looking for the best manners. So, because, well, it's not their main relevant action. So, well, in any case, analyzing those tests, what we can see is that the online art businesses are still going to include the technological manners, the technological tools, as much as possible, of course, in fact, because it is going to be much more difficult for us to detect the traceability and many other aspects, for instance, about payments. They also ask about, well, to their customers, in order to know the customer's behavior, what they think that is damaging the reputation in the art market. And well, it's a good news to see that collectors are concerning about traceability, they are concerning about authenticity. So I think that, and I have to tell you, this is important because a few years ago it was not important for them. Okay, so this is a change that we could find now even in this kind of test that a few years ago was impossible because, well, what they are trying is to speculate. Okay, but I think that people now is concerning, no, of course, they are concerning about it. Well, going faster, so sorry. No, not at all, sorry. Well, they are trying to look for how to modernize that kind of businesses and companies. And well, what they are trying always is to give the best service, but have a look what they are doing. Yeah, it's incredible. This is in the website of the Luxembourg Freeport, okay? And they show you how to remove an object from the Freeport, and even more, they give you instructions to avoid to pay the VAT. So it's incredible. Something that, well, the taxes that, of course, for mandatory you have to pay, right? Even more if you are supporting the business. But well, this is an instruction that you could find in a report in the Luxembourg Freeport. Not bad. So, well, really, they want to change and to improve the manners. You know, it's, well, we have to see if this is just a facade or if they really want to change it. But again, this is not exactly the art market. They are not collectors. They want to speculate and invest on market. They doesn't care if they buy apples or art, or a painting. You know, they doesn't care. In fact, I have to tell you something. The art market is also a victim with illicit traffic. It is. And art traders are also victims because they have an unfair competitors on the traffickers, because they are selling pieces that has not paid taxes, of course. They had not make the exports properly, and of course prices. are always different. But even more, it affects directly to the antique traders. In fact, have a look. This is not a forgery. This is always the same coin. It happened 1 year ago in an auction house. It's the same coin. They refact the coin and change and, well, raise the price of the coin more than 900%. More than 900% is a lot. Well, there are many others. We cannot solve because they are under Sotto Giudice. In a process. So, but the auction houses have an important database of those kind of coins and artifacts, because we need to know how they make it in order to detect before to insert in the auctions, because it had to be retired in the auctions 2 days before the sale. You know, so just finishing, it's important to make the actions in order to increase and improve the traceability processes. It's important for the heritage, of course. It's important for managers, but also for the art market. Our market would be trust and better if we have the option to show that, well, it's always a real pedigree, a legal pedigree with a traceability. So important to understand that now the art market has a huge competence in the financial markets. And, well, they are acting with those pieces, keeping in warehouses where no one knows. And it's so difficult then to analyze its traceability, because they could sell inside the free ports, and we will lose the piece for years. So it damaged the art market, but also the image, and destroys the credibility, because many people think that the art market is all the same situation. And I would like to show you just in those few minutes that it's not exactly the same one. And, well, it's important to know that with collaboration, and really here you could ask to our the other Spanish member in the project, that we used to collaborate as much as possible, not only since the university, also inside the art market, because we want to include the good manners in all the trade processes and transactions that we make. What the proposals we could make is how important is communications. This morning, Corrado Catesi said, it's important also, I don't know, Corrado, if you are here, I suppose not, I will WhatsApp you later, but it's important to show the ID object, the ID art to the collectors, is how we could increase the database. And then we will have a biggest database with all the objects. And communication is always an important part of our actions in order to increase and reinforce the traceability. So be careful, because no news is not always good news. We have to know that, in fact, inside the free ports, we don't know what is happening, but there is happening a lot. And yes, I would like to reinforce the idea that traders are not always the same as antique dealers. And, well, I'm here whenever you need something about this or whatever you need. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
So fast.
Thank you so much, Anna. So now we go really swiftly to Dr. Rizzo for his presentation.
At first, thanks for the organizers and for the Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia for the invitation. I am Ahmed Fatima Kizzu, graduated from University of Aleppo, and I have my PhD from Rome University in archaeology. Now I am project director in the American Center of Research in Jordan for the project related to illicit trafficking of cultural property. I will present a little bit two parts. I divided the presentation. First part about a little bit social media and antiquities. Then second part about the project which we are working here in Jordan. So as everybody knows, I think, or about the beginning of destruction of cultural heritage in Syria and Lebanon and Iraq by the ISIS Islamic State, which started in 2013, around 2012, before even. Unfortunately, this destruction also not only by ISIS, but also other organized group, they was involved in this destruction of cultural property. And other looting, as somebody before me, he mentioned Abamea and before 2011 and after, as you see here, which is related more to looting, not by militia, but by more looters. And unfortunately, still till now, the destruction of cultural heritage ongoing, as you see in the region of Afrin. Actually, at the beginning, the acts of ISIS, most of people thought that it's depart from the idea that Islamic interpretation which against the idolism, so destroying the artifacts or mostly the status. But then by other documents to display other thing, as we see here in the left side, after sizing from the US Marines attack or raid against the leader in the ISIS, Abu Sayyaf, in northeastern Syria, they cite important documents, one of them this, where there is like putting regulation for the antiquities, doesn't allow anybody to excavate without the permission of the authorities, their authorities. And here also we see other documents, was published an article recently, published by Neil Brody and Esper Saprin at Restum Abdo, a contract of selling cultural property, as you see here, from the ISIS to individuals. And as well here, also others, and not only ISIS, as I mentioned, also here we have the Jabhat Nusra, which operate till now in all of the region of Idlib, northwestern Syria. As you know, Facebook has very high popularity, and regarding to this info, we see that 14% or more they are from the social users are interested more or using more Facebook. Quickly, there was a huge pages, a lot of pages which in Facebook which promote selling antiquities, written for only for Syrians in Germany, selling antiquities, and there was no any action to stop these pages, which state like this. For example, this page, it was taken in 2016, and it was created before 2014, if you notice here. After several campaigns and from archaeologists and experts, and also press reports, Facebook insert in June 22, 2020, like more than 2 years ago, he answered that don't post historical artifacts, content that attempts to buy, sell, trade, donate, gift, or solicit historical artifacts. Then in other step, he add except when any of the above occurs in fictional or documentary text. However, this is decrease the pages related to selling and buying artifacts, but still there is many of them. And also we observed different type of pages, which is more instructive pages, which they learn how the looters, how to dig, where to dig, and some of things are not like realistic. They invent signs, and they invent that there is relation between these signs to find that treasure hidden. But however, a lot of followers for these groups, for example, this page, which is still operating till now, there is 68,000 of members for relating to learn and teach how to and where to dig to find the artifacts. And the problem, if you would like to report this page or this post also, it's not so easy to find the exact path. So you go to report post, you don't find anything related to cultural property. You find other items, harassment, violence, nudity. You can go to maybe say unauthorized sales. Then also there is nothing mentioned to historical artifacts. There is things related to drugs, weapons, and animals, etc., etc. However, you report these things under a vague issue, which is something else, not now. But also the problem if countries can take action to promote or to restrict selling artifacts or historical artifacts, as mentioned by Facebook, which is difficult to find a definition for Facebook, what is considered historical artifacts, because something is historical artifacts or antiquities in Syria, it is not artifacts or antiquities in Jordan, because of the local laws different. So Facebook allow, or as it's mentioned here, he can receive requests from the government to restrict some content. Unfortunately, all the Middle East, there is any request, or most of the restrictions are related to global restrictions, which Facebook see that it's not appropriate, so Facebook restricted, and they are few, 21 cases only. So the challenges, as I mentioned, the definition of historical artifacts, which is not clear, and Facebook or which base. And also the way or the path to report any posts or pages, also it's not very easy, or to find the correct way. And for the technologies which somebody speak about, the artificial intelligence, which can following some posts which contain some words or images. Also, this is a huge challenge, because sometimes in Arabic language they change word, they put Latin letter in the middle of the words, and in this way also artificial intelligence cannot follow or find the word maybe related to antiquities. And also to find the human potential. This is most important to build capacity, and this is what we are working on actually here in Jordan. By our project, which is I'm leading with my colleague Mr. Jihad Haroun and Dr. Helen Malko, the associate directors of ACOR, with the cooperation of the Department of Antiquities in Jordan, and funded by the American Embassy here in Jordan. After signing an agreement with the department, we started to organize courses of training and supplying logistical support for the Department of Antiquities or the archaeological authorities here in Jordan. So we started like almost 1 year ago. We accomplished the first level of training for every city in Jordan or governorates. They are 12 governorates. So we finished them, and we are now preparing to the second level, which should be advanced level, to train more in deep and obviously taking the most interested people and who would like to specialize exactly in fighting illicit trafficking or illegal excavations. We supplied also some equipment which could help and improve the actions of the Department of Antiquities. We did a barcode training, which small training, which now yesterday also we launched other big project which aim to create the national database for all the artifacts in Jordan, which is still now not exist, unfortunately, which could help to tracing and antiquities and document artifacts. And till now, we are working to create international expert network. And the idea of this, or you can call it experts list, the idea actually to create an international network. And also, as we noticed, sometimes artifacts confiscated here coming from so far places like Australia or in Africa, which is, we don't have idea, is it authentic or is it replicas? So we are trying to find international connection. In this way, the employees can immediately contact expert which is belong to that country, and he knows about these antiquities, and ask his opinion about the authenticity of these artifacts, so the authorities can take the right action against regarding the case. So I would like here to invite anybody who would like to be part in this list to send me just an email. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ahmed. And now we have Sam Hardy.
I'm going to try to show some of the things that I've been finding in my work in open source intelligence, but I mean, I think first it's important to note I'm giving this presentation from Turkey, where a couple of years ago Merhume Merve Kaçmış was so bullied and psychologically crushed by embezzlers that she took her own life. And I'm talking about Ukraine, where last week Vyacheslav Zaitsev lost his life resisting Russia's aggression. So I'm very conscious that the places where I work, the people with whom I work, are doing their work in practically impossible circumstances. With regard to Ukraine, some of the experts who are elderly or women were made refugees. Others who are men are serving in the armed forces, like Vyacheslav. My closest colleague, Sergei Telizhenko, has been enlisted, and other people around, human rights workers who support efforts to protect cultural heritage, like Maxim Butkevich, have suffered other wrongs. He's now a prisoner of war. So what I want to show is what people outside, like me, can do from outside, only using public information to inform efforts to combat the illicit trade and all of the various harms that it finances or incentivizes. And I think it's also important to remember that these networks really are very closely connected. This is a map that was posted by a notorious dealer in Western Europe, where he encouraged his Facebook friends to loot in areas that were not under the control of the government of the country, claiming that in those places it was legal to metal detect for cultural objects without a permit, which is obviously a really incompetent lie. But he included targets like the occupied territories of Ukraine. And he had Facebook friends who were looters in both Ukraine and Russia. And these kinds of activities are also connected with other crimes. I completely accidentally found some evidence that some cannabis farmers in Eastern Europe were also antiquities looters. I found it initially because one cannabis farm was complaining that other antiquities looters had destroyed his plantation. Then I found other looters advising each other that if they targeted cannabis crops, then they would be more likely to find archaeological sites, because apparently they apparently grow well on buried archaeological remains in that region. And I found whole communities now where there are dozens of people talking about the intersection between antiquities looting and narcotic production and economic insecurity. So they are explaining how and why they get involved in antiquities looting and these other illegal endeavors like poaching animals, and also legal subsistence activities like honey farming or fishing or whatever else. So by looking for this kind of evidence, we can build up a really detailed picture of the intelligence on who to look for, where to look for them, what kinds of things the law enforcement agencies should be looking for when they think they are only going to find one kind of illegal commodity, like this sportsman from Ukraine in northern Cyprus, who was investigated for drugs but then found with metal detectors. And I think it's also important to note, beyond the notorious cases like Islamic State or Taliban or whatever else, this connection between crime and conflict, specifically not just the use of the opportunity of crisis, but the participation of people in the war and in the crimes. It's something that we see very clearly in Russia's war in Ukraine. There are definitely disorganized looters, individual entrepreneurial criminals on both sides, including ones who are currently soldiers. I found photos and videos of them looting while serving, and conversations about how they do it and all the rest. But there are all sorts of connections, including, unfortunately, repeatedly among law enforcement agencies, or law enforcement agents, rather. So, for example, on the left, there is a conversation, one of several conversations, just in one publicly visible online community, where law enforcement agents are talking about their involvement in looting and trafficking. And it's not some idle theory, as you can see from the photo in the bottom, where the border guard, in this case, has posted a photo of his metal detector and shovel. And that's a forum for law enforcement agents in Russia, as unfortunately you can see by the Z that they use to show that they're pro-war, and the orange and black, which is part of the St. George's ribbon, which is used as a reward, as an award for people who've made exceptional services to the war. There is someone else, a looter, who has been, who had invited looters in the occupied territories of Ukraine to participate in looting within the legal border and loot over there in the border zone, which is obviously incredibly heavily monitored. And when some of the looters expressed concern, understandable concern, at the risks involved in engaging in it, he reassured them that members of the team included the border guards themselves. So you have this absolute control of a region by law enforcement agents who then exploit the opportunity to engage in crime. But as we've seen with the invasion, this stuff isn't just people taking advantage. Even if it's not ordered by the state, it is permitted as a way of incentivizing people's involvement. You know, the same way that they are allowed to commit all sorts of other, even more horrific crimes to sate their appetites, they're allowed to do this, and the same way they steal fridges and computers and everything else. So whether it's technically official or technically unofficial, this is an element of Russia's warfare. On the left, you can see a medal that was given to a looter in occupied Crimea to recognize his service in support of the annexation of the territory. He posted it online to boast about his involvement and to talk about how when Russia had taken the territory, they had displaced the Ukrainians who had been preventing him from looting some sites. There's a Russian soldier who served in Syria, who I found later and then traced backwards. I found later in Crimea, where he was looking for partners to loot the occupied territory. And I'll close with this. It's awkward, but it is a reality that there are now looters who are exploiting the refugee crisis. And that's something that we need to be aware of, both within the European Union and much further afield. I found a conversation in a Russian nationalist Ukrainian forum, not only where people were confessing or posting about being soldiers or medics in Russia's aggression, but also talking about the fact that they had run away not from mobilization in this case, but they were Ukrainian citizens who were Russian nationalists who looked forward to Russia's conquest of the territory and then realized they didn't like it when they experienced it. So they went to Russia and then went around overland and entered the European Union, where they immediately started looting again, partly because they had contacts in communities of looters, and partly, I assume, because it was a way of making money to support themselves. And they're not very good at hiding themselves, so I found their complete profile in this case. But I found another one recently where someone who was already transnationally mobile, who split his time between 3 countries and overwintered in a coastal region of South Asia, he went there early to avoid mobilization in service of Russia, not because he doesn't want the war with Ukraine or the genocide of Ukrainians, but because he doesn't want to die in it himself. So he's now exploiting the freedoms of visas for people who avoid mobilization to engage in a longer than usual season of looting in Asia. So these are things that we can track and we do need to track, not only for the security of heritage and people in zones of conflict and crisis, but also to protect the heritage and the markets of the places that they supply and with which they're connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. So now, last but not least, we have Tess Davis, connected from the US.
Well, thank you again for the invitation to join today. Again, hugely appreciate it, and I'm so glad that you're having this meeting. I'm sorry I missed the earlier sessions this morning due to the time difference, but look forward to watching them later. And it's for those of you whom I've not had the pleasure of meeting yet. My name is Tess Davis, and I'm Executive Director of the Antiquities Coalition. We're a not-for-profit organization and think tank based in Washington, D.C. that is dedicated to combating the illicit trade in ancient art and artifacts, while also hopefully increasing responsible cultural exchange. And we have been very honored to partner in this mission with the U.S. government, with foreign governments, including Italy, around the world, groups like the G20 and various United Nations agencies, and also some of the communities around the world who were most impacted by this issue. As we have been discussing today, public policy has, next slide, has long treated these crimes as a white-collar and victimless crime, and that's if it's treated it as a crime at all. A key part of the work that we do is to correct this false narrative. And I think, as Dr. Hardy just showed, this is having real harm on real people around the world and has for a very long time. Cultural heritage, and I know, as we say, I'm speaking to the choir here, but it has been looted and stolen and manipulated by some of the worst actors of the last century, including in more recent years, ISIS or Daesh. And next slide. And I mention that because, as everyone I'm sure remembers, starting in June 2014, there were media reports around the world revealing that Daesh was earning substantial sums of money by looting Mesopotamia and selling its art and archaeology on the black market. This was later confirmed in February of 2015 by the UN Security Council under Italy's leadership at the time, which warned that states around the world should take action against this illicit trade by closing their borders. And then about 6 months after that, the US Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, likewise announced it had credible evidence that these looted antiquities were being marketed to buyers in the United States. Slide. The art market's response, publicly at least, perhaps it was different privately, ranged from skepticism to outright indignation. I include some quotes here that came out in the media at the time, but the overarching message was that due to the American art market's own ethical standards and self-regulation, that there was absolutely no demand for any of these so-called blood antiquities in the United States. But was that true? Slide. Just months after these statements, in March 2016, the art world gathered in New York for one of its biggest annual events, Asia Week. And this is, if you're not familiar with it, it's a 10-day or 2-week, depending on the year, celebration of Asian culture that brings together dozens of dealers, all of the major auction houses, all of the major museums in the New York area, and other cultural institutions as well, to exhibit, buy, and sell masterpieces from Afghanistan to India to Japan and really everywhere in between. But this year, again in March 2016, these art industry leaders were soon joined by uninvited guests. Slide. At the very start of festivities, federal agents stormed Asia Week, and from then on conducted near daily seizures of looted art. I think only a day or two did not have a seizure that year. And these raids were part of a crackdown on the illicit trade by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and Homeland Security investigations. And their work on this case, on these cases, plural, continues, but to date they have dismantled a number of criminal networks, secured felony convictions for key players involved, and confiscated, I think they're up to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of ancient art, though the number is frequently changing. Slide. This prompted warnings that the American art market for Asian art is still does not have still the wild, wild east without the precautions that museums and other industry leaders are taking for art from elsewhere. And certainly it did seem that with all eyes focused on Iraq and Syria at the time, that looted masterpieces were flooding the New York market from Asia, often from areas that had been in crisis or outright armed conflict, such as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Cambodia. And moreover, these pieces, they were not being sold quietly, they were not being sold in dark alleys or privately, but publicly by and to some of the most prestigious individuals and institutions in the art world. Since this time, we have learned much, slide. We've learned much more about the transnational criminal networks that supplied these sales, as well as the global black market in ancient Asian art more broadly. And this is hard-won knowledge, and it comes thanks to the tireless work not only of the Manhattan DA and HSI and law enforcement, but also countless academics, journalists, and other advocates, just some of whom you see here on the slide. But what they have found could fill weeks of talks, and so today I will just provide one case study, and that is Cambodia. Slide. In Cambodia, which is internationally celebrated for its 12th century temple of Angkor Wat, frequently referred to as the largest religious building in the world, Fighting broke out between the government and the Communist Khmer Rouge in 1970 and was followed by decades of civil war, genocide, foreign occupation, first by Vietnam and then by the United Nations. And this all ended only with the 1998 death of Pol Pot and the subsequent surrender of his remaining forces. But by this time, a quarter of the population, an estimated 2 million people, had been murdered due to starvation, disease, and execution. Slide. And as we're seeing today in other war zones, as we've heard today, the Cambodian Civil War triggered organized looting and trafficking, which in turn helped to further bankroll violence. And centuries worth of these relics were trafficked from Cambodia's so-called killing fields and then sold overseas. And while many disappeared into the black market, countless masterpieces were laundered into America's top auction houses, art galleries, and museums. And most remain there to this day. So slide. How do we know this? I'm going to start in 2012, so a decade ago. And on February 29th of that year, the New York Times ran, front page actually, ran a story with a small headline that would lead to pretty big litigation. And that was Mythic Warrior is Captive in Global Art Conflict. And in this article, investigative reporters Ralph Blumenthal and Tom Mashberg exposed that Sotheby's auction house in Manhattan was attempting to sell a 1,000-year-old Cambodian masterpiece of this mythological warrior, despite evidence that thieves had hacked it off at the ankles and trafficked it overseas. Slide. And the newspaper illustrated the story with a photograph of the warrior in their glossy sales catalog, which you see here. If you notice at the feet, they're very dramatically in shadow, and that's because, next slide, they were again still at the site. This is a photograph from the New York Times showing the feet and the pedestal of the statue half a world away and still in situ, then at least, at the 10th century ruins of Kokare deep in the Cambodian jungle. So slide. So this case attracted much publicity, and it set off a chain reaction of investigations by U.S. law enforcement, by the Cambodian government, including those that led to these later Asia Week raids and the ones that followed, the international press, academics, attorneys, and advocates. And let's see, slide. This in turn led to the federal government, the U.S. federal government, filing suit against Sotheby's. Well, technically the suit was against the statue, but that's a bit of a legal fiction, for the warrior's return. And this is a legal battle that would rage until June 2014, when the auction house finally repatriated the statue to a hero's welcome in Cambodia. Slide. But these investigations also led to the identification of other pieces looted from not just the same site, but the same exact sanctuary at Kokare, presumably, and we now know definitely, by the same people around the same time, which were nonetheless on display in prominent American museums from coast to coast. And they led to the return of these initial pieces that you see here. And to date, the pending return actually of almost hundreds more. Slide. I had the honor of supporting this case. Oh, sorry, next slide. As an attorney, while at the same time also serving as a research associate at the University of Glasgow. And they're an interdisciplinary project called Trafficking Culture, which was, and to this day is, working to produce an evidence-based picture of the illicit trade. And Cambodia provided an excellent case study. Slide. So in the summer of 2013, and this is as the Sotheby's case was working its way through the courts, Dr. Simon McKenzie, who headed Trafficking Culture, and I set out to conduct an empirical survey of wartime trafficking there, building on the critical work, I must stress, that was already done by colleagues in country. And we covered approximately 2,500 kilometers in Cambodia before crossing into Thailand and finally departing from Bangkok. And we visited each of the sites you see here. These included 7 major archaeological complexes representing a wide spectrum of ancient history, geography, and current development. And alongside our Cambodia-based colleagues, led by attorney Brad Gordon, who is also now heading the country's wider recovery efforts, we conducted oral history interviews. And this research was first published in 2014 and has since been much expanded by the hard work of others, including Gordon, but also the Cambodian and US governments, and again, numerous international scholars and journalists. We now know, while not all of it has been published, at least the authorities now know arguably as much about this network as any in the world. It's the very same that looted and trafficked the warrior I showed you earlier, the other pieces that were identified by the LA Times and the New York Times. And frankly, if you've seen Cambodian art in an American museum, much, if not most, if not all of it likely went through one of these networks as well. It funneled antiquities from temples by ox cart, by truck. We even have some reports of elephants to the border with Thailand. And from there on, criminal gangs and Thai armed forces then transported these statues to Bangkok, which is the Southeast Asia's largest metropolis. And there they entered the hands of Douglas Latchford, an English collector who's been called in the press an adventurer. Slide. Next slide. Thank you. We're learning more about Latchford every year, and his crimes really warrant their own lecture. So this will just be the briefest of introductions, but he was born in the British Raj and journeyed to Southeast Asia in the 1950s, seeking to make his fortune. He was really drawn to Cambodia, and especially its ancient past. He has told the New York Times that he believed he was the reincarnation of one of Cambodia's greatest kings, and actually all of these statues had belonged to him in the past as such. And reports are that he was a familiar sight at many of these ruins in the pre-war years, which had been so abundant in freestanding statuary that French archaeologists actually had praised them as these open-air museums. But as we would hear about, decades later, we hear the same stories about Subhash Kapoor, that after he visited these sanctuaries that had guarded these statues for centuries, in some cases longer, these gods vanished not long after he left. And by the 1960s, local expats were actually calling him Dynamite Doug for what they said was his preferred method of extracting buried treasures. We'll see if it's hard to know whether a lot of this is true or whether it's legends he's cultivated. But again, this was the reputation that he had. And if the story had stopped there, we might remember him today as a colonial rogue, belonging to a different era, etc. The arguments that we have all heard so many times, but everything really changed in 1970 with the Civil War. And again, during these decades of conflict, the Khmer Rouge were responsible for the deaths of 2 million people, violence that was funded in part by a thriving illicit trade in timber, in gemstones, and also in antiquities. And in Latchford, they found not only a buyer, but a partner. He used money, he used threats, and he used charm to protect his monopoly and reputation. He really tried very hard to cultivate the image of being a rescuer of the kingdom's heritage, which gave his purchasers, both those who acted in good faith and those who acted in bad faith, plausible deniability. And he laundered his stolen goods through these published books. You see a couple of here, and I guarantee you, if you go into a major museum gift shop that has Cambodian art collections, you will still see these for sale there. And they have been called by Anne Lemaitre, the head of UNESCO Phnom Penh at the time, as the inventory of the missing patrimony of Cambodia. But using these works, he created fake provenances for these pieces and disguised their illegal origins with these false backstories. And we also now know that he would physically modify works so they could not be traced to old colonial photographs. But thankfully, let's slide. The subterfuge has now fallen apart. Latchford died under felony indictment, facing extradition to the United States. And while he never faced justice in a court of law, thanks to the work, again, of Cambodia, of the U.S. government, particularly HSI and the Southern District of New York prosecutors there, and the work of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, which published a major expose that you see here in the Washington Post, as well as follow-up stories and The Guardian and Le Monde and different papers around the world. At least his true legacy is known and is out there. So that's something that we can be grateful for. So slide. So again, I know I'm coming at the end of the day, so I will try to keep these short, but I think the takeaways of Cambodia's story, which are relevant for what we're seeing, unfortunately, we're seeing this tragedy repeated time and again every day in the morning headlines. First, I think, is the importance of national borders. There was actually an effort in the 1970s to close U.S. borders to Cambodian art and antiquities absent a valid export permit. This was headed by some major figures in U.S. politics and some major figures in the art world, but we actually did not achieve this until 1999. And, those were decades that were wasted. And when those restrictions went into place, sales of Cambodian, and they weren't retroactive, mind you, so they only operated moving forward. But when they did, sales of Cambodian art at a major auction house in New York dropped by some 80% and never rose again. So they appeared to be effective, but they came much too late. Our borders are still open to cultural property from Ukraine. We only just recently closed them to cultural property from Afghanistan, despite the decades of conflict there. So this is something that the United States especially should be paying attention to. Second, the importance of what Dr. McKenzie has labeled, he called Latchford Janus, with two faces. The importance of these figures that can work on the one hand with the looters, with groups like the Khmer Rouge and their associates, but on the other hand can work with our world's leading museums, leading auction houses, leading dealers and galleries and collectors. There are not many of these figures that do both, and in taking them down, you really do take down an entire network, as we've seen later with the cases, for example, against Subhash Kapoor. Third, the complicity of the public and private sectors. The more we learn about Latchford's crime, the more we see about how many people it took for him to pull this off. And I'm not just talking about the obvious, the looters, the people who helped traffic, but people at the shipping companies who turned a blind eye, insurance companies who turned a blind eye, the art historian who would do the write-ups for him, the conservators who worked with him, and of course those who vetted these pieces and let them enter the art market. So while he was in many ways a one-man supply and demand, he was not acting alone, and it took the complicity of a number of people, countless individuals, for him to pull this off for as long as he did. Fourth, that these networks, and this is again, given what's happening today in the world, especially sobering and important, I think, is that these trafficking networks that start in conflict do not end with them. There was looting in Cambodia before the war, but it was every report we have that it was the exception, not the rule. These sites were largely intact. These networks started with the conflict. They were enabled by the conflict. They fed the conflict, but they're still there in part today, decades after the conflict has ended. And fifth, follow the money. As I mentioned, the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, building on the work of the New York Times and journalists like Jason Felch, who was at the LA Times at the time, have done amazing investigations into Latchford's network. And you haven't had a chance to read their work on this. I highly encourage it because it looks at these things, looks at the shell companies, looks at the shipping companies, really does try to follow the money, and they found a lot in doing that. And you know, again, it's not when you have someone like Latchford who's trafficking these pieces, they're not just trafficking or laundering the antiquities themselves, they also have to dispose of these illicit proceeds. And so the connection between antiquities trafficking and financial crimes, they go hand in hand. And all of us, and I speak for our organization and myself as well, we need to pay more attention to this aspect of things. So thank you so much for your attention, especially given how late in the day it is. Thank you very much for the invitation as well. And please feel free to reach out with any questions. And also thank you to everyone today for the work that you're doing. It's much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a look to our website. We have very little at the moment because the project has just started, but there will be more soon so that you can find more information. And in any case, you can contact us through the links that you, with the email accounts that you will find in the web page. So thank you again for everybody. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you also for collaborating with us in the future to fight trafficking of cultural heritage. Thank you.